2026, regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice, we hope, for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, very good. You have some ceremonial items to read.
Item 1, Water Safety Month, and then after that, we'll have number 2, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
It's Water Safety Month, May 2026. Whereas water is central to the identity, culture, and quality of life in the city of Santa Barbara, where pools, beaches, and coastline provide year-round opportunities for recreation, fitness, education, and community connection. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara Aquatic Section operates Los Baños del Mar Pool, neighborhood pools, and a professional beach lifeguard service offering swim instruction, water safety education, junior lifeguard programs, and emergency response that protects residents and visitors. Whereas drowning remains a leading cause of accidental death for children nationwide, and education, swim instruction, lifeguard training, and vigilant supervision significantly reduce preventable incidents. And whereas Santa Barbara's junior lifeguard program saves nearly 1,100 youth each year, promoting ocean awareness, fitness, leadership, and life-saving skills that build a generation of safety-minded young leaders. And whereas parks and recreation programs, including swim lessons, lifeguard courses, and outreach events, ensure equitable access to life-saving skills for residents of all ages and abilities. And whereas the city's lifeguards, instructors, and aquatic professionals uphold the highest standards of safety, risk management, and industry best practices, safeguarding millions of aquatic visits annually. And whereas the National Water Safety Month highlights the shared responsibility of families, agencies, and community partners to promote swim proficiency, active supervision, life jacket use, and awareness of pool and ocean hazards. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as National Water Safety Month in the city of Santa Barbara and urge all residents to recognize the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
You both.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Tony Scholl. I'm the aquatic supervisor for the city. This is Todd Falstrom. He is the aquatics coordinator for the city, and together we run the beaches and the pools and the junior guard programs and the learn to swim programs for the city, and a whole plethora of other things that have to do with aquatics. And so on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, Aquatic Section, thank you for declaring May as Water Safety Month in the city of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara has a strong and storied aquatics community. Our beaches, pools, and coastlines are a defining part of life here. And water plays an important role in protecting and strengthening that connection for residents and visitors alike. This proclamation highlights something bigger than any one program or department. It reinforces that water safety matters to this community. Whether through swim lessons, public education, recreation, or professional life-saving services, creating a culture of water safety takes us all working together. We're grateful for the continued support of City Council and proud to play a role in helping ensure that the City of Santa Barbara's aquatic community continues to thrive now and in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. And Madam Administrator, I believe this next item is yours.
Yes.
Did you already read that in, Madam Clerk?
She did.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am honored to recognize city employees for years of service this month. We don't have anyone with us today, so I'll just go ahead and read all of them, and then we'll give them a big round of applause at the end of the list. So we'll start with 5 years of service. We have Kira Esparza, who's an administrative assistant in the Community Development Department, and Edgar Ramirez, a senior engineering technician in the Public Works Department. With 10 years of service, Sandra Vos, Senior Library Technician with the Library Department. 15 years of service, Carson Woolert, Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department, and Madeline Wood, Administrative Analyst 2 in the Department of Water Resources. Celebrating 20 years of service, Johnny Salas, Parking Coordinator in the City Administrator's Office, and Justin Berman, also a Parking Coordinator in the City Administrator's Office. And lastly, for 20 years of service, Elizabeth Liz Stotts, Administrative Analyst 2 in Community Development. With 25 years of service, Christina Ortega, Police Officer. And last but certainly not least, 35 years of service, Annalisa Hoods, Police Services Coordinator in the Police Department. I'll give all of those employees a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have one change, and that is to remove consent calendar items 4, which is the master agreement with Santa Barbara MTD for transportation management and transit services. We had some changes to the agreement we need to make, and so we'd like to move that to May 12th. And
All
just
right,
remove
very
it from
good.
voting today.
So noted, thank you. And with that, all right, very good. With that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, you have some items to read.
Not today, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
No ordinances or resolutions today, so nothing to read into the record.
All right. That was the ordinance, you're talking about item 3?
We can move on. I don't need to read any ordinance or resolution titles because there are none today.
Okay. Mr. Attorney?
No, City Clerk Ms. Gorman said exactly that. So even with item 3 there, there's nothing else to read. There's no other item to read on the agenda today.
All right, very good. Well, with that, are there any items that anyone wishes to pull for discussion or separate vote? Seeing that, we've removed item 4 from consideration on this particular consent calendar, so I'll entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon. Second. Second by Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez for consent items 3 and then 5 through 7. Please go ahead and vote.
Okay. Pass unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll get a report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, the Finance Committee heard the initial presentation of the budgets for all the departments, in particular General Fund, but also with the various departments. We went through all of them at a higher level. It was just discussion only, and that will be coming to, the General Fund will be coming to the full council next Tuesday, and just some minor feedback from us on some of the topics that came up, but nothing that we voted on.
All right, thank you very much. And there are no pulled consent items, so with that, we'll move to general public comment. 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on today's agenda but falls within the purview of this body. And we'll start with Mark Redmond.
Hello, Your Honor. Happy Mother's Day this Sunday to all you mothers who've given the life and breath of all of us. If it wasn't for mothers, we would not be existing. Okay, and my friend Riley Yost, I've known him for 25 years in the Kansas City Ski Club, says, "You're running for mayor?" I said, "Well, I don't know about that. I might just run for council member." But he composed this, and it's 3 minutes long. It's kind of the same thing as Aerosmith. It's got a rock and roll beat to it. Tells how I love the city. Santa Barbara's my slice of heaven. Sing it, Riley. Are you guys catching this? I don't think the mic's on. Here,
It's on.
you're going to love this. He's one of my best singers. He's been in 5 of my podcasts. Plays the guitar, harmonica, the banjo.
You know, Honorable Mayor, I think I just want to take a time to remind everyone that we've been getting a lot of this, where we ask the speakers to focus on matters in front of
I
the
am focusing on
council.
the matters. I care about this city. I want it to be the jewel of Southern California. Let Riley sing this song. I only got 2 minutes left, right? Well, where's the timer? Oh, Sarah didn't put the timer.
I'm
Timer's
not
in
here
front
to
of you,
debate
but
you. The council has a very busy workload, as you know. Just if you can
Oh,
speak,
come
if you can
on.
speak
It's
to
a
the
really
issue.
good song. It talks about Santa Barbara, the jewel of Southern California, and all the concerns I have with fixing this city. I'm serious. Okay, I'm not going to be mayor now. I'm going to throw my weight to Eric Friedman, but because my ESP tells me he's going to be the next mayor. Randy bowed out. Now we got Eric. And I am running for District 6, Megan's district. And how come, okay, do you want to hear the song or not?
I think we'd rather not. We'll just go ahead and
Okay.
make sure we got it. And
It's really good. He hits
Yeah,
all the points.
we
And he
trust.
tells
We're
about the
not-
teachers leaving for Carpinteria because they're getting 10,000 more a year there on their contracts. We need better teachers. We're losing our teachers. Quality of education is going downhill. So, well, then I'll just finish with another minute and 16 seconds. Oh, come on. I really care about this city deeply. And this is Cinco de Mayo, if you don't know. And it's Mackenzie Lake told us that it was no chance of rain today, but it's sprinkling now. So, Mother Nature, thank you very much. And I am the lifeguard still. I do a podcast to get kids off of drugs and excessive alcohol. And they all know me. And 500 of them said they were voting for me, so at least I got 500, and they all live in my district, City College, okay? I'm not being a smart aleck, I'm just telling you the truth. The truth sometimes hurts, and sometimes it's good. I want to fix the potholes in this city. I want the drug runners run out of the back alleys. When I found that drug runner in the back alley of St. Andreas when I was coming from the dentist, Dr. Wynn, Eric Wynn, I said, thanks for the implant, but there's a drug runner out here. And I yelled, hey, are you selling cocaine? He had white bags in his truck. He got in his truck and left. And my brother Paul says in Kansas City, you keep doing that, you're going to get shot, Mark. I said, I don't care. I don't want any more kids dying of fentanyl. It's stuffed in heroin. It's in dirty cocaine. They shoot cocaine, and it's also in mollies. And ecstasy is not ecstasy, it's death.
yeah, thank you. Stephen DeLira.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Steve Delara, the Program Director at Communify over Family and Youth Services, which also contains the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership. And so it's different times. We see different members of the City Council. And so back in 2007, we had a young man killed in front of Saks Fifth Avenue. His middle name was Angel, so we just refer to him as our Angel. In 2008, we came together, the 3 cities in the county, to form something. And the next year, we formed the South Coast Task Force on Gangs. And we started to work that as much as we could. Newshawk said that we're too good for our own good at one time. So we did a name change, and we called it the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership in 2016. And it was to redirect our energy not just in gangs, but on youth safety overall, which really came to light during the pandemic in terms of youth safety and the needs of our community. Part of the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership, what we focus on is prevention and well-being, public safety intervention, services and basic needs, youth empowerment, and community and family engagement. There's a lot going on in the world right now, and so when we meet with the different community-based organizations, we talk about whatever they want to talk about. We do work with the Department of Social Services. We work with Santa Barbara Unified School District. We work with Goleta School District. We work with city council members here, city council members in Goleta, city council members in Carpinteria. And we're willing to take anybody that wants to come to the group and have a conversation with us, to have a conversation to make sure that the welfare, safety, and well-being of all children and families are being met. And then you'll hear from my the program manager in just a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hernandez?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Hernandez. I am here representing the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys today about our next upcoming event, as well as our framework that we're trying to roll out. It is Positive Youth Development, or PYD, the importance of continued collaboration throughout South County. At its core, PYD is shifting how we think about youth. Instead of focusing on the risk and challenges, it focuses on the strengths, opportunities, and relationships. It's about ensuring that every young people feel safe, valued, connected, and supported. We know that when youth have those protective factors in place, they are far more likely to succeed in school, avoid involvement in the justice system, and become leaders in their community. Through the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership, we are bringing together schools, community-based organizations, law enforcement, probation, public health, and youth themselves to align our efforts and build a coordinated system to support. Just this October, we convened partners across South County for a collaborative event focused on positive youth development. During this convening, we had over 20 agencies make a clear commitment to strengthen how they engage with youth and how to work more intensively together rather than in silos. Since that event, we have been developing tools to measure, impact, and create more consistent approaches on how youth are supported across systems. We are also creating more opportunities for young people to have a voice and help guide this work. We are continuing to build this momentum through efforts like our upcoming Youth Summit. The South Coast Youth Safety Partnership has selected 20 students from South County to be trained as facilitators in collaboration with the Santa Barbara Unified School District through a series of interactive training. Students are developing skills for public speaking, active listening, conflict resolution, and group facilitation. This initiative has drawn interest from the Annie Casey Foundation, which plans to follow up after the summit to engage directly with the youth facilitators for broader efforts. When we invest in PYD and collaborate through the partnership, we are choosing prevention over reaction. We're investing in the youth. And lastly, I want to personally invite you guys to our Youth Summit, May 20th from 4 to 6 here at the Santa Barbara Faulkner Gallery, to have the youth lead these conversations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is MJ.
Mary Jane.
I'd like to thank everybody that's in this room because we're all here because we want to make things better, even though they're good. I want to thank whoever was responsible for having the shuttles that are going on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays up and down State Street. Both the tourists and the locals are using it, and I see that it's bringing community together. So thank you all who participated in that. I would like to encourage, if it's all possible, to maybe have one run, every other hour or something, all the way to the, sorry, I have aphasia, where the boats are, the marina, because it's a beautiful area, but people who have trouble walking, the elders, the disabled, the little kids who are being dragged by the parents, they don't get to go to that. And they have a beautiful museum where Mario has a wealth of knowledge that he'd like to share. So if you guys could maybe think about doing that. I also want to thank the person and people that are responsible for the state sidewalks being cleaned. And I've noticed that they've expanded out, which is great, because the first day I met them I was like, whoa, you guys are doing a great job. But over here, over there, and they're like, oh, we're only allowed to do this street. And lately I've seen them going out. So thank you so much, because the place is looking better. I would like to encourage, though, for the cigarettes to be like, let the tourists know that this is a smoke-free city. And if you are the local, maybe give a warning, because I will tell you, one cigarette can pollute such a distance. And there are people here, like myself, who've moved here because it was smoke-free, because we have health issues, especially since COVID. It's a great way to make money for the city, so leave the cars, let them park a little longer. Let's tax people, because that's something that, it affects other people's health, their well-being. So, and then the last one, can we possibly move this meeting on a Wednesday or a Thursday? You guys come in to work a little later and leave, because unless you're getting paid to come here, most people are at work at this time and they don't get to participate. And I know that I hear that you can do it on the computer, but you're not allowed to be on the computer, on the phone, taking care of business when you're at work, because that's not what you're getting paid for. So if there's any way we could maybe have you guys start later in the day so you can stay a little longer, that'd be awesome. And I just want to say thank you once again. Happy Mother's Day and Cinco de Mayo. That's it.
All right, very good. We don't clap, please, afterwards. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers online for general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one raised hand. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
City Council members, I'm speaking today because I'm confused and concerned about the direction our homeless response downtown, especially regarding the Faro Center. Before Faro opened, I attended a food and beverage meeting where Barbara Anderson and Rich Sander explained why a daytime homeless navigation center downtown was so important. One key point I remember was that many people experiencing homelessness do not travel far. For some, even a few blocks is a real barrier, especially if they are carrying belongings or dealing with mental health, substance use, or mobility challenges. That made sense. We were told that if we want to reduce the impacts of homelessness downtown, we need to meet people where they are. That was the reason the downtown location mattered. But Faro has gone from serving roughly 70 people a day as a drop-in center to around 20 people a day by appointment. That means 40 to 50 fewer people each day are getting help, while the city appears to be spending roughly the same amount of money. Those people did not disappear. They are still downtown, still in need, and it still feels like we are seeing more people sleeping and living downtown again. I'm also concerned about how success is being measured. It seems like the city is focused heavily on how many people have ultimately been housed. Housing people is obviously important, and I'm glad whenever someone moves inside. But I do not think that is the only metric that matters for downtown. My understanding is that it can take months, sometimes years, for someone experiencing homelessness to begin trusting service providers. So if Faro housed a similar number of people in the first 6 months as it has in the last 6 months, that does not prove the reduced service model is working. It may simply mean people closest to housing are still being helped, while harder to reach people are being left outside. And those harder to reach individuals are often the ones having the greatest daily impact on downtown businesses, visitors, cleanliness, public bathrooms, sidewalks, parks, and the overall feeling of safety and vibrancy. So I ask council to dig in with the staff. What are we actually trying to measure? If the goal is to house people who are already ready for housing, maybe the current model makes sense. But if the goal is also to reduce the daily impacts of homelessness downtown, then the more important metrics are how many people we are engaging, how many are coming inside, how many are using bathrooms and services instead of sidewalks and storefronts, and how many are building trust with providers over time. I'm also concerned that Cacique is being treated like it will replace Faro. Cacique may be important, but it serves a different purpose. It does not replace a walk-in daytime navigation center in the heart of downtown. If someone is living around State Street and can only realistically move a few blocks with their possessions, how are they expected to make it 9 or 10 blocks to Cacique? And even if they do, will they stay there during the day if their survival resources, contacts, and income are still centered around State Street? Cacique was already open when Faro was operating as a drop-in center. If Cacique solved the same problem, Faro's numbers should have been close to 0. They were not. Faro was serving dozens of people every day. That tells us there was real need. Please do not conclude that the Faro is unnecessary just because it became complicated to operate. If there were safety, management, or neighborhood issues, then the city, operator, law enforcement, outreach teams, and surrounding stakeholders should fix those issues together. The answer should not be quietly reducing
Thank you.
service
That's
and turning
time.
away 40 to 50 people a day. A downtown walk-in navigation center was presented as
Okay, that-
necessary to help people
Mr. Ashland,
experiencing homelessness.
that's time. Thank you.
Reducing tax. Okay.
Very good. Any further speakers online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll move on to close public comment and move on to the next item, item 8.
And item 8 is inclusionary housing and in lieu fee study.
and John will sort of memo to everybody about it. So. Okay, we got the entire department here, it looks like. All right, very good.
Sorry, she had submitted a card, but wanted to for general public comment and item 8. Can she talk to general
Oh,
public?
okay. Yeah, do you want to do general public comment? Normally we'd put in 2 different speaker slips. That's. Okay,
she
would
wants
you
to
rather
do-
do general or, okay, please come forward. We'll go ahead and do that, please. 3 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Getting better.
Just give us a minute there, staff, if you would.
Can I
Thank
get
you.
some time on here? Thank you. Hey, hi, I'm Phasia Dean. I'm really happy for this opportunity to be here in Santa Barbara. I come from Riverside, and I traveled here about 3 years ago. My goal was to get into the law school, but so far I've been having some challenges here. So I want to say a happy Cinco de Mayo today. Okay, so the reason I'm saying it because it was a Louisiana victory for my ancestors, my family, and so it has to do with them blocking the Confederate, the French, from establishing their military. And so it helped us to abolish the slavery that was going to be imposed here in California. So I want to say happy Cinco de Mayo for the victory for the Louisiana people. And here today I want to also talk about, I visit the court and I go into the law library, and I wish that I know it's a county building, but I wish the city could make some funds out of the funds that they're distributing to people, like to the carts. But we need some funds in there. I believe we need some more books. Personally, I wish that we can have a public law library outside of the building, and that would be a good help. And I'm willing to help with that. But again, the improper funds, I need to check out books. I'd like for them to have a website where people can have access to the court. The website would be something would have access to Westlaw for jeopardizing. A person doesn't have to come into the law library. They can just access the website and go into LexisNexis and Westlaw, and I believe there's a financial issue. So I am asking the city if they could fund some type of improper fund for the court for the city support. I wish for a public library, a more extensive subject. 52 minutes. But the other thing is very short. I wish, I'm out here, and my father was a French chef and from Louisiana. He worked under Paul Prudhomme. He was trained under Cajun chef. And I walk down the street and I see Cajun Kitchen and the Palace, and I'm almost insulted, But, I wish that the city would allow a business opportunity from people who are qualified, who actually has the skills to make it. I want to be someone that teaches the community not just how to cook food or serve food, but how to be a successful business person and how to make it, But this city is very tough for me as an American descendant of slavery. So I'm asking you to please pay attention to the American descendants of slavery like myself and give me an opportunity to open a business and help others. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, or item 8, we'll go right ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Dana Falk. I'm a long-range project planner. With me, I have Aaron Barker, an associate principal at BAE Urban Economics, and we're here to present the inclusionary housing and in lieu fee study. The recommendation for today on this item is to receive this presentation and then to provide direction to staff to draft amendments to the city's existing inclusionary housing ordinances. I'm going to start with some background before we dive into the study itself and lead into guidance. To start, what is inclusionary housing? It's a zoning standard that requires a certain amount of units within within a market rate residential development project to be deed restricted as affordable units. We're talking about it specifically because of Housing Element Program HE13, which is part of our 2023-2031 housing element that directs us to evaluate the inclusionary housing ordinance and then draft any appropriate amendments. We do have existing inclusionary housing ordinances within our current zoning ordinances, both for ownership, which was adopted back in 2004, as well as for rental, which was adopted in 2019. I'm very briefly going to go over the requirements of these programs. Ownership requires 15% of the total units in a project to be restricted for sale to middle income or upper middle income households. These inclusionary units are allowed above the density of that site, and these requirements apply to projects of 2 or more units anywhere in the city. A project can satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements either by providing on-site inclusionary units or by paying an in-lieu fee, and the option allowed to a project does depend on the total project size. Rental, again adopted much later in 2019, requires that 10% of total units be restricted for moderate income households. These are 80 to 120% of the area median income, AMI. These inclusionary units for rental are counted within the density allowed on a site and only apply to projects of 5 or more units that are using the average unit size density incentive program, AUD program. If you're not using AUD for a rental project, inclusionary does not apply. And similar to ownership, projects can satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements either by providing on-site units or by paying an in-lieu fee, again, which you can do is based on the total project size itself. Looking at what these inclusionary housing ordinances have created or their results, ownership has created 21 deed-restricted units, again, that's for the middle and upper middle income household categories, and collected $930,000 in in-lieu fees. Rental has created 13 deed-restricted units for moderate income households and collected almost $400,000 in lieu fees since they've been created again by those different years. That's the end of my background, so I'm going to jump right into the study. I'd mentioned the housing element was guiding why we're talking about this today, but the study had more than just the housing element guiding it. We were looking to identify discrepancies and align the 2 separate ownership and rental projects into a single inclusionary housing program for the city. That meant we evaluated the existing requirements, including the in-lieu fees that are charged and what possible future in-lieu fees could be. We looked at some of the administration difficulties that arise under our current 2 separate programs, and we looked at communicating some alternatives to our existing program as we move forward with the study. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Barker.
Great, thank you, Dana. Thanks, council members, for having me. My name is Aaron Barker with BAE. So when we set out to do this analysis, our financial feasibility followed a pretty standard sequence, which we'll describe here. So the first step was creating residential development pro formas and prototypes. So these are prototypes that are basically representative of existing multi-unit development in the city of Santa Barbara. And they're really intended to kind of cast a wide net, represent a range of project sizes, so small sizes, larger sizes, as well as ownership types. So we're covering rental and ownership that are consistent with your recent projects that you've had developed in your pipeline. The second step involved the preparation of static pro formas. So the static pro forma models represent a form of financial feasibility analysis that developers often use as kind of an initial test of viability when exploring a development concept. And the third step, what we use is just the sensitivity analysis in the financial feasibility itself. So this includes testing different affordability percentages, different depths of affordability, different fee rates, and other factors. And we're also acknowledging that there are other paths that developers may choose, such as state density bonus. So we also run financial feasibility of those models as well. Next slide. So the key question we're really trying to answer here is, do your existing requirements under the existing program, are they financially feasible? And if not, what improvements could be made to enhance participation under the existing program? And so what we're doing, as we're calling back to that earlier slide, we're using static pro forma models, and they're structured to calculate what we're calling the residual land value. The definition for the residual land value is basically, after accounting for project costs and revenues, how much can that project afford to pay for the underlying land? I will note here that RLV is not the only metric one can use to assess financial feasibility. You can also use return on cost and yield on cost, which we also sort of had in our back pocket as well, but the financial feasibility findings really don't change appreciably depending on what metrics we use. So in terms of the sort of the key findings, what we found is that for prototypes 1 through 5, and so those are called what are our baseline prototypes that avail themselves of the existing development standards. None of those were financially feasible under current market conditions. They face a lot of headwinds, high construction cost, increasing cost of debt, and equally as important, sort of the increasing appeal of state density bonus projects which offer a little bit more flexibility with respect to development standards and income requirements. So we are also noting here that condominium projects are a little bit at a disadvantage because they can't utilize the same AUD priority densities, and they require a sort of a higher return threshold based on their increased liability. Next slide. Okay, when it comes to setting an in lieu fee rate, we're balancing a lot of factors here. We're sort of looking at financial feasibility. We're looking at the extent to which the council or the city may want to prioritize the provision of on-site units, the extent to which you may want to prioritize the sort of accumulation of fee revenue. But we are sort of guided by a couple of different factors. The first thing I'd say is that we're bookended by what we're calling our maximum nexus-based fee. So we know here that the in lieu fee can't exceed the legal maximum, and that is what's shown on the far right here. For rental, that was calculated to be approximately $91.41 per net square foot, and for ownership prototypes, approximately $70.53 per net square foot. Another kind of metric one can use is the fee equivalent. That is the second from the left there. The fee equivalent is basically the in lieu fee rate that would have the same feasibility as the cost to the developer to construct an on-site inclusionary unit. So if the city wants to prioritize the provision of on-site units, the in lieu fee should really exceed the fee equivalent. Conversely, if the city wants to prioritize revenue, the fee should be set at or near or below, I should say, the fee equivalent. So what we're doing here is we're kind of recommending a fee that kind of splits the difference and really sort of complies with all the different parameters that we're forced to look at. I'll turn it back to Dana.
Based on all of this great analysis that was conducted, the study is recommending 10 different recommendations. We've grouped them into these 3 categories. We have program-related recommendations, we have policy-related recommendations, and we have administration-related recommendations. The program-related recommendations are the first 5 that we'll talk about. They're looking to update the existing program requirements, such as the in lieu fee rates, the citywide applicability of the programs, and to recalibrate some of those requirements, but not structurally change the program. The policy-related recommendations, of which there are 2, were focused on encouraging the development of housing and providing some flexibility in how a project can satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements by bringing forward 2 options to change how in lieu fees are paid or allowed to be paid on projects. And then the final grouping of recommendations, the final 3, are administration-related, and these were really geared towards simplifying the administration of the program and making it a little bit more predictable for somebody who's not familiar with it to approach it and use it. I'll kick us off by talking about recommendation A. This is the first one, and it is a program-related recommendation. I will note, we did take this item to Planning Commission on April 16th, so for each recommendation that we're going to talk about today, their slides are set up as such. We have what the study is recommending on the left, and then we have Planning Commission's either support or support with revision. They did support all 10 of the recommendations. They did want to revise 5 of them. So as we go through these today, we'll touch upon what the study recommends, which staff supports, and then what Planning Commission recommends as well. So recommendation A is looking to apply the rental inclusionary housing requirements to all projects. I noted earlier that rental requirements are for 5 or more units for projects utilizing the AUD program. The study recommends applying the inclusionary for rental to 5+ unit projects, even if they're not using the AUD program. So that would mean projects inland under non-AUD, as well as any projects in the coastal zone. When we took this to Planning Commission, they were supportive of this recommendation, but did suggest a revision and wanted to expand the rental to apply to all 2 or more unit projects. That would align the minimum unit quantity for rental and ownership to be the same, both 2 or more, and again, would apply these regulations citywide.
Great, thanks, Dana. So moving on to recommendation B, we in the study suggested maintaining the existing requirements. So specifically for projects with 10 or more units, this maintains the existing requirement that 15% of units in ownership projects be dedicated towards middle income households, and in rental projects that 10% of units be dedicated for moderate income households. So I'll note that we did consider a higher percentage requirement. So for example, 15% of units set aside for moderate income households. But going back to the slide earlier where we looked at financial feasibility, this would significantly decrease financial ability and sort of increase the likelihood that an applicant might opt instead to avail themselves of incentives and bonuses associated with state density bonus law.
And I will note Planning Commission, 6 of them supported this recommendation as it was proposed in the study.
Okay. The next recommendation, recommendation C, this pertains to the in lieu fee rate for rental projects. So we do recommend increasing the in lieu fee rate from the existing $25 a square foot to $50 a square foot to be paid on fractional units. So this would really have a pretty minor feasibility impact on the prototypes that we studied. Prototype 4, for example, there would be no impact because the project did not have a fractional fee obligation. And for prototype 5, we saw a pretty minimal decrease in RLV from $82 to $80 per square foot. And so I'll turn it back over to Dana.
Planning Commission also supported revising the in lieu fee rate for rental projects. They supported the maximum legally defensible value of $91.41 per square foot, and that's from the residential nexus analysis in the appendix of the study.
Thanks. Moving on to recommendation D, this involves setting the in lieu fee rate for ownership projects. So we, in the spirit of kind of aligning the program requirements and reducing administrative burden, we're recommending it setting the in lieu fee rate at $50 per square foot, similar to the fee rate for rental projects. And this would be paid, the applicant would have the ability to pay this on fractional units. This actually had an increase in financial feasibility for our rental prototype 2 if they were able to have the option of paying the in lieu fee on the fractional unit.
And similar to the previous recommendation, Planning Commission did support the in lieu fee rate presented in the study, changing it, but did want the highest legally defensible maximum of $72.53.
So recommendation E, we're moving now from large projects, which are defined as projects with 10 or more units, to small projects. And so what we're sort of acknowledging here is that small projects face financial feasibility challenges when compared to larger projects. They have reduced economies of scale, for example, and so we really wanted to make a distinction between the fee rate that we were proposing for large and small projects. So in this case, we recommended setting the in lieu fee rate for both ownership and rental projects at $35 per square foot.
Supported by Planning Commission, again with a higher fee rate than the study proposed. Planning Commission was unanimously supportive of $50 per square foot for these small rental and ownership projects.
Thanks. Now for recommendation F, these are sort of recommendations that are intended to enhance financial feasibility of the existing program in part and really make it a little bit more of an attractive alternative when compared to state density bonus. So one of the recommendations here is to treat rental inclusionary units as bonus units, similar to how you treat your ownership inclusionary units. And so we recommend allowing rental inclusionary units above allowed density, similar to the ownership program. This recommendation has fairly dramatic impacts on improving financial feasibility. So harkening back to that slide where we were showing that we were challenged, recommendation F is really going to go quite a bit of ways to evening the playing field a bit.
And Planning Commission was supportive of this recommendation.
Okay, now, Paul, recommendation G, these are options to expand the opportunity for applicants to pay in lieu fees for their inclusionary requirements. So there's kind of a two-prong approach here. For option G1, we recommended considering allowing in lieu fee payments for all fractional inclusionary requirements. So not just fractions, for example, that were from 0.1 to 0.4, but allowing applicants to pay an in lieu fee on any fraction, irrespective of what the fraction happened to be. For option G2, we sort of another sort of prong here was expanding the option to pay the in lieu fee payment to all inclusionary requirements, irrespective of whether it was an on-site unit and whether it was an ownership or a rental project.
When we took this to Planning Commission, they were supportive of allowing the option for an applicant to fully pay the in lieu fee to satisfy the inclusionary housing requirement, meaning not requiring any on-site units. This would not remove the ability for an applicant to provide on-site units to satisfy the requirements, but it would not direct them to provide them, but give them the option or pay the fee. The study was suggesting that this would apply to the larger projects. It's not available to them at present, and it was suggesting a higher in lieu fee rate than the previous study recommended values, $72 a square foot. And there is also a kind of a wrinkle that could be allowed on this one. It could be utilized and focused on the central business district, for example, to allow more flexibility for housing development downtown to be able to have the option to pay the fee that maybe isn't allowed elsewhere in the city if you so direct. This was universally supported by Planning Commission. They did support allowing this with the highest legally defensible maximum in lieu fee rates of 91 for rental and 72 for ownership. And the reason they stated for their support was the flexibility that the applicant could choose which method best suited their project and gave them the ability to provide one on-site unit and pay for the remaining 3 if that's what the numbers work out to be, rather than having to provide all 4 on-site.
Okay, moving on to recommendation H. So this relates to ownership projects specifically. The existing sort of method for calculating the in lieu fee for an ownership project is extremely complicated. We recommend simplifying that and using the same methodology for ownership projects as is currently used for rental projects.
And this was supported by Planning Commission.
Okay. Recommendation I is implementing an automatic in lieu fee rate adjustment. So the in lieu fee rate of $25 a square foot for rental projects was last updated in 2019. So I think that just kind of underscores the fact that it's really difficult to update these things with regularity if you don't have a system in place where you can kind of set it on automatic pilot and not think about it. 6 years go by and you haven't caught up with inflation. So I think the study was pretty agnostic about what index to use. We in the study suggested using the CPIU, which is a readily available free metric that is published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and this would be something that would be done once per year.
Planning Commission was supportive of adjusting for inflation, but they did ask staff to evaluate alternative indexes for that inflation rate, which are listed here on the slide. The CPIU value is from the study of $31.72, inflating that 2019 $25 up to current day pricing. We also looked at the California Construction Cost Index, which is the second here, CCCI, that is publicly available and published by the California Department of General Services. And then the final kind of cost index that Planning Commission asked us to look into was the Engineering News Record. This is a subscription-based inflation value that does require a subscription. It's behind a paywall to access, but we do have access it through our Public Works team, and again, same calculation would result in a $32.96 in lieu fee rate. So we're here today to bring forward which one we should use.
Great, thank you. And our last recommendation here, recommendation J, is adjusting the target area median income for moderate income rents. So this would, in essence, align the calculation that you use currently with what is used by the state and other jurisdictions. And so this would basically be using a 110% AMI instead of a 100% AMI.
And Planning Commission supported this recommendation.
Okay. So this slide here basically describes the impact feasibility-wise of the revisions that were recommended by Planning Commission. What you'll see here is that not all recommendations necessarily are attributable to an increase or decrease in financial feasibility. So we're only including those recommendations here that directly impact feasibility, and you can see which prototypes they apply to on those far right columns. So that first recommendation, C, the PC recommended in lieu fee rate for rental projects of $91.41 per square foot. That would sort of reduce the financial feasibility of recommendation 5 compared to what the study recommended. Similarly, the Planning Commission recommended option D of $72.53 for ownership would also impact financial feasibility negatively on prototype 2 when compared to the study recommendations. And finally, the recommended in lieu fee rate of $50 a square foot for small projects instead of the study recommended $35 rate would have negative impacts on both prototypes 1 and 3. Okay. And then just the last two slides here. So we've got cumulative feasibility impacts. This is basically what the cumulative feasibility impact would be by adopting the study recommendations for prototype 5. And just as a reminder to everybody, prototype 5 provides 4 units and pays a fractional fee. So under the existing program, we were, challenged at financial feasibility at $82 a square foot. That middle row there, when we are folding in recommendations F, which is counting rental inclusionary units as bonus density, as well as recommendation J, which is adjusting the target AMI, you can see that we have a pretty dramatic increase in financial feasibility from 82 to 116. If we were to dial that back a bit, or sort of dial it up again, I should say, moving the recommended fee from 50 to 91, you can see that we would have a slight impact on financial feasibility from 116 to 113. But I do want to sort of call out that this is only due to the fact that that fee is paid on a fraction and not for the whole project. So the fee impact is pretty minimal in this case. And then for the cumulative feasibility impact for prototype 3, the existing program, as we know, small projects are financial feasibility challenged. We wanted to acknowledge this and at the very least have a different fee for our small projects of $35, which resulted in a minor reduction in financial feasibility. If we were to dial that up to 50% or $50 per square foot per the PC recommended fee, we would decrease financial feasibility even further down to $28 a square foot.
And I just want to kind of talk to how the study recommendations were created. Staff, with the help of our consultant, we were really trying to balance some competing interests as we brought forward what the study would recommend. We were looking to our general plan and the goals and policies that it encompasses, as well as our regional housing needs allocation numbers, how to meet those, but also looking to the creation of inclusionary units and generating in lieu fee payments for the local housing trust fund. So balancing those two with the residential development done by market rate developers. So that's why some of our recommendations maybe don't suggest the fully legally defensible maximum that we could charge for something, because we were trying to keep in mind the creation of housing done by market rate. How do we continue to support some of the other policies in our general plan and calibrating these recommendations with all of those things in mind? With that, I do want to say our next steps on this is after receiving your direction, staff will begin drafting ordinance amendments with the goal to bring those back to Planning Commission. By the end of the year, they would then go on to Ordinance Committee and City Council before they were adopted. And I'm going to end on a recommendation. That is our presentation, and we are here for your direction on what those ordinance amendments should be. I will note staff has a few ideas on maybe how to structure the motion when we get through questions and public comment, if we need any guidance at that
Right,
time.
and we did actually change our format slightly. We're going to entertain public comment before we go back to council for questions and deliberations. One point of clarification, though, you mentioned John Bauke on one dissenting vote. Does that say that the rest of the votes were unanimous?
Correct. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor. That is what that means. 6 of the 7 planning commissioners were supportive of that. He was the only dissenting vote. And I will note, that's the only recommendation that wasn't a unanimous support.
Okay, thanks. I was wondering about that. Is there anyone here from Planning Commission that's here to represent to speak? Don't see any of the commissioners. Okay.
Looks like maybe not.
With that, we will go to the public comments that I've got. Mark? Clarissa Montenegro. Anybody online?
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Clarissa Montenegro, and I am speaking on behalf of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. We did submit a letter for today's item, so I will keep my comments brief. First, we want to be very clear, the Housing Authority is in full agreement with the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendations, except for that one. We believe those recommendations strike the right balance and move the city forward in strengthening its inclusionary housing program. We are here today simply to highlight 2 additional items that we believe are important to ensuring this policy is as effective as possible over the long term. First, we recommend that all in-lieu fees be permanently dedicated to the local housing trust fund. Given how difficult it is to establish and maintain reliable local funding sources for affordable housing, and given that this is identified as a priority in the housing element, we believe these funds should be permanently dedicated to the local housing trust fund to ensure they are used for their intended purpose. Second, we recommend that in-lieu fees be collected at the time of building permit issuance. This is a straightforward but important implementation step. Collecting fees at permit issuance ensures that funds are available sooner, which allows the city to more quickly translate those resources into actual affordable housing production. Both of these recommendations are about ensuring that this policy doesn't just look good on paper, but actually delivers results. As our letter notes, Santa Barbara's housing challenges are structural, long-term, and severe. With the loss of the redevelopment funds and ongoing fiscal constraints, this policy is one of the city's most important tools to generate affordable housing resources. So the goal here is simple: ensure this tool is set up to work as effectively as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Cornell.
Thank you so much for entertaining comments first. I really, really appreciate it. Brian Cornell, architect and also board member of the DSBIA.
We know what you're talking about.
And so I am concerned about downtown primarily. You know, we've got a goal of 1,000 or 2,000 units to make the State Street Master Plan work, and we're not even close. Over the last 5 years, less than 300 units have been created by private development. And unfortunately, most of those were done prior to the inclusionary. So we've ended up with 13 inclusionary units out of that period. And that's unfortunate. And I think the reality is we've had a lot of projects that have not been built because of the 10% inclusionary. It's critical that we have affordable housing, but it's more critical that we acknowledge how supply is going to affect the cost of rent in this city. If we do not meet our supply needs, we're not going to ever get control of our housing costs. So I know, people can argue about supply and demand, but the reality is there's proof in the pudding. You look at Austin or Dallas, not that we want to live there, but the reality is their housing costs are going down because they have ultimately dealt with their need for housing. So I'm here really to argue, first, we need robust strategies for building housing downtown, in large part to create the vital downtown that I know all of you want. So I would like to see that the in-lieu fee that is being considered be allowed to apply to all inclusionary units in the downtown, just as we did with the adaptive reuse. I think that's going to spur more housing development downtown, and I think at the end of the day, the supply is going to make a difference. I'm a little baffled, I have to say, when I first read the report where it said not feasible, not feasible, not feasible. I don't understand how then we concluded that we still would impose the restriction. So the key, I can tell you, we do a lot, I mean, we do a lot of housing. Of the almost 500 units that have been built downtown, we've done almost 300. And almost a third of those, or a little over a third of those, have been housing authority projects. So I'm very proud of the housing authority and the work they're doing, and they're meeting a critical demand. So I'm all for giving the funds to the Housing Trust Fund to make it happen, and I want to see the inclusionary be the option that developers can consider so they aren't burdened by having to rent these units over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there speakers online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one raised hand, Rich Applebaum. Richard Applebaum, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rouse, City Council members. Once again, I'm speaking on behalf of Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice. I'll be brief since some more detailed, you might say excessive, rationale for our recommendations are contained in the lengthy letter we submitted, which is part of your packet. The city is once again on its way to falling far short of meeting its RHNA requirements. It has so far permitted only 38 very low-income units, roughly 2% of its RHNA goal, and only 93 low-income units, roughly 7%. The city has an obligation to collect the highest in lieu fees it can legally do, which can then be significantly leveraged through the local housing trust fund if it has any hope of making a dent in these numbers. I would also point out that BAE's residential nexus analysis, Appendix D in their study, shows that for every 100 new rental units, 22 additional affordable homes are needed. Market housing has its own housing multiplier effects. California's Mitigation Fee Act gives the city clear legal authority to charge fees proportionate to documented impacts. We therefore support the Housing Authority and the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendations. $91 a square foot for larger projects that fully fee out, and $73 a square foot for larger projects that combine in lieu fees and on-site affordable units. $50 a square foot for the smaller projects. We also support the Housing Authority's additional recommendations that in lieu fees be permanently allocated to the local housing trust fund to more effectively leverage additional funding, and that the in lieu fees be collected at the time of permit issuance to better assure that they're readily available. Thank you for your time.
All right, very much. Thank you, very good. Go ahead, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Campanella. John Campanella, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to be clear on a couple of issues, I guess. I appreciate the presentation and the alternatives being looked at. Attachment 3 in the package that you have shows that we're not really on a consistent basis producing multifamily market rental projects, especially over the last couple of years. These projects would supply affordable units in addition to residences that can be used by a large percentage of our households. So I think, how do we increase the amount of those projects going to permit over the next couple of years? Because we're about halfway through our cycle, and we need to encourage more of these projects moving forward. The inclusionary moderate units were determined not to be feasible, and there's some, I think, good ways that they're trying to increase that. But what I might suggest is, how do we get closer to the benefits of state density bonus, which, by example, for 15% very low, would get 50% more units in order to make it feasible? Is there a way to look at the inclusionary, what percentage bonus density besides just 1-to-1 would really encourage the production of those units? Is it 15%? Is it 20%? Is it 30%? something less than 50, but I think maybe we should also look at how do we increase that option of building the units. Thirdly, yes, fee out is great. It's going to get fees to the housing authority for their projects. I agree. And just to make sure, I think the amount of fees that are being charged, we have to recall there is no bonus density or other ways that could offset those. So we have to be cautious that the fees in total, which amount to several $100,000, are not precluding the actual building of the project. But in concept, yes, let's come up with an amount that everybody can live with. The hope here is that maybe there's 3 ways to get these projects built. One would be with state density bonus. 2 would be with an adjusted inclusionary build out, tied similarly to more bonus density, similar to the state density bonus. And the third way would be through fees. If there are 3 different alternatives to provide this housing, it gives more opportunity to actually get the projects built. So I suggest that we try to make all 3 feasible. Perhaps also BAE can meet again with the developers as we're trying to finalize this program, similarly to what they did before the project actually got started, and just confirm that all 3 of these options can be devised to make sense and get more market rate projects on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one more. Buildston Architecture and Planning. Buildston Architecture, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Ellen Bildston. I'm happy to make some comments today regarding the inclusionary proposals being made. As a local architect working with property owners on mostly small-scale multifamily housing projects, feasibility is already a challenge, as the BAE study pointed out. As an advocate involved with AIA Advocacy, Coastal Housing Coalition, and the DSBIA, I think that I'm very concerned and sort of picking up on things that Brian Crenal and John Campanella said in their comments about adding more challenges to getting any housing projects moving forward. As BAE established, we are already in a feasibility crunch with projects, and we're only seemingly making it more difficult for projects to move forward with the newly proposed ideas of what the in lieu fee should be, and perhaps increasing the percentage of inclusionary units that projects would trigger. When we look at our RENA numbers, we already we're not meeting our RENA goals by far as it currently stands. I think it's interesting that very low and low units are roughly equal to the above moderate units that we're supposed to be creating. So I'd like to propose something that's maybe a bit of out of the box thinking. I'm thinking that perhaps we could incentivize public-private partnerships on these multifamily projects in such a way that we partner private developers and property owners with nonprofit developers like the Housing Authority or Habitat for Humanity to do kind of 2-part projects where we develop the amount of inclusionary housing that we need, working with the nonprofit developers, and then the above moderates with the private developers, playing to the strengths of each of these groups and recognizing the economic incentives that they each have access to for funding their portion of any of these sorts of projects. So if there's any way we can figure out how that kind of a partnership could work, I think we might actually develop roughly as many affordable and inclusionary units as we do the market rate, which is more in line with what RENA is looking for us to do than what we're currently producing. 10%, 15% still doesn't get us where we need to be on the affordability front. And if we crank those numbers up much higher, we're completely de-incentivizing any of these projects to move forward and getting no housing at all.
Thank
So
you.
with that, I would thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any further speakers online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll come back to council, and I'd say we get in a round of questions, and we'll come back for a round of deliberations thereafter. So, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple, I think. You flew right by that residual land value again, just like in our briefing. So could somebody just give me a working man's definition of that again?
Yes. Okay. So this is the metric that we use to establish whether a project was financially feasible. It's not the only metric one can use. You can use return on cost, for example. This sort of metric provided some continuity with the FAR study that we did in 2021, and was a kind of a metric that most applicants that we spoke to were pretty familiar with. But yeah, basically we're solving for the cost of how much an applicant can afford to pay for land after accounting for total development costs, including hard, soft, and assumed profit. So that is essentially what we're solving for there. The thresholds depend on the underlying zoning. So we're acknowledging the fact that because you can build more on an AUD priority parcel, that threshold is set at about $150 per square foot. And for parcels that are allowing for densities that don't quite achieve those, like medium, high, and high, that threshold is set at $125 a square foot.
And so isn't that like a snapshot up until including you start occupying? It's like to get through purchase the land and purchase construction, right?
Correct. We're running static pro formas, so we're not doing cash flow analysis. Yeah.
So help me with this. So if that's true, and you have the choice of either fees or management of units for the lifetime of everybody involved, where does that come? When do you account for either one of those affecting that number?
So we're not necessarily accounting for the, are you talking about sort of the administrative requirements associated with a covenanted unit?
Yeah, if you kept the inclusionary unit, if you built your inclusionary
Sure.
units and you had a covenant for or whatever the number of years is, and the lower rent and and more importantly, I think, for many times, the management of those, or you elected to pay tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees, how do either one of those burdens get picked up in your number that ends up at the RLV?
So in terms of the kind of the administrative burden portion, they don't. And so that is one of the reasons that we're very clear in the study talking about kind of this fee equivalent number, which is basically the hard-coded fee where an applicant would be sort of indifferent to providing the unit or paying the fee. Because of the administrative burden, I think that if you wanted to sort of prioritize the units, you would want to set that fee a little bit higher because that burden is quite intense. I will say that when we spoke with developers, nearly everybody said that if given the choice, they would much rather pay the fee.
Yep.
I will say that the fee at that time was $25 a square foot, and it wasn't $91.43 a square foot. So I think that conversation would be quite different if we were to have that now.
But then does the fee option become part of the explanation you just gave for the components of the RLV? Is that one of the soft or hard costs of construction?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is.
Because it's a tangible.
Correct.
You can pick that up then.
Correct.
But the untangible that you can't pick up is the poor guy who elects to actually build the units, and then what those continue to keep giving like a Christmas present every year, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense. And then I had some trouble last week in my briefing with CPI. So I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll just use that caveat, but I'm pretty sure that CPI just covers stuff that I go out and buy, milk, gas, groceries, whatever. And why would you use that number and then a math function on top of it to get to something that is pretty specific to either construction labor or construction materials? Couldn't you just look back over history too and say, instead of CPI, it's the wholesale cost of milk, and put a different multiplier on top of milk and use milk as a trigger? I mean, so I don't understand why CPI. And so my follow-up question would be, when you tell me why, would be, why wouldn't it be something, one of the choices that's even remotely connected to construction CPI, one of the middle choices there? Does that make sense?
Yeah. We have a good question. Thanks for asking. I think we're pretty agnostic. Like there's no one benchmark that is going to accurately and perfectly capture the increase in hard costs and labor costs associated with the city of Santa Barbara specifically. So we're really trying to, give it our closest approximation with something that is, free, easily accessible, doesn't require a subscription. A lot of cities that we've worked with sort of default to CPI, acknowledging that it's not perfect. But I do think if you want to be, more accurately reflecting those components that do go into the cost of construction, you would be well advised to use the CCCI, which we determined is currently not, is available for free.
Okay. And when you've seen these done before, would you agree that this is a way of framing this, that if you have a program that allows in lieu fees, is not the big goal in the sky to collect a fee that is adequate to build that unit that somebody's not having to build, and to build that unit at a time that represents when you historically have to collect all those fees and actually have enough to build the unit? So if it's X at that time, and it takes the city of Santa Barbara 10 years normally to accumulate enough funds in the bucket to build a project that they can build, wouldn't a fee's goal be to collecting a fee that represents what that is 10 years from now, if somebody could actually put their fee, you follow what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be a fee in the here and now, like, instead of building 11, I'm only going to build 10. What's the cost of my project for one more? Because it might take the city 10 years to accumulate fees from all these projects to have something. So after the end of 10 years, wouldn't we want that fee to have been collected, what it costs to build the unit in 10 years' time?
I think, one of the things that you can sort of explore is whether you're charging that fee, at permit issuance or at certificate of occupancy. I think that, C of O is going to be a little bit more kind of immediately representative of your, your materials costs, et cetera. But I'll turn it over to.
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, that would be amazing, but we don't know what the cost of that unit's going to be in 10 years, so we can't do the the nexus study that's necessary to set a fee rate. Because we have the residential nexus study, that's the highest legally defensible maximum we could charge for a project right now. I might ask if City Attorney Doimus had any thoughts that he could share about setting an in lieu fee rate on a future unknown in lieu fee. But
So
I
let
just
me
don't think
help
it's
before
possible.
John responds, because somebody must have historical data and disallowing for burps of what inflationary rate is for construction, right? For generic labor, generic building materials associated with residential. It would seem that we would know that, and whatever it is, it might be 5%, it might be 10% a year, I don't know. And so that doesn't give you the tool to be able to say, well, X at this time is that, but over a 10-year period, historically, X has grown to be X times 1.5, and that would be the fee we would be setting. Does that make sense?
That sounds like an attorney question.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. I hear what you're saying, and I mean, here's the premise. The premise is you need to have identifiable, clear-cut fees of what you're going to assess. for the public, the contractors, developers, and put in the code. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here. And I guess you're suggesting the way, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that a mathematical formula in terms of being able to project and assess that. Is that correct, or what you're suggesting? You don't want to project. I mean, you can have a stated fee, and you can have like clear increases to it over a period of time, but that has to be a clear number versus a projection, because then we're just opening up a big mess.
I'd be correct in saying in our lifetime, the annual cost of construction year over year has not gone down, has it?
That would be probably, I haven't confirmed that, but that sounds like
Sounds pretty
not a stretch.
likely, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And so, since we get you today, and we didn't get you last week, so just the structure of seeing a pathway for accumulating resources to build moderate units, but that choice being the fees collected would go to a housing trust fund that more than likely would be used for capital A, low income or very low income units. Where do you see other methods in here that if a person chose to not build what is today the quote unquote inclusionary moderate unit and wanted to pay a fee, where would you see an opportunity to still build resources with those fees to attack moderate units? And I'll just give you my take on the political, is that once it goes into the housing trust fund, it's not coming out for moderate housing, okay? That's just probably the political part of that. And so what other ways would you see, or what have other cities done to protect their growth of resources, particularly for moderate units, for those who elect to pay in lieu fees instead of building a moderate unit?
That's a great question. Moderate units are difficult. It's a very difficult category. Moderate units are not on the sort of the first tranche of state density bonus. So you need to comply with that first 50% before you can start doing moderate income rental units. In terms of setting the fee versus, sort of having the inclusionary requirement at 10%, that is very much sort of a policy decision. We are acknowledging that those moderate income units are difficult to produce, and that's why we're really trying to strike a careful balance between making sure that you're setting your sort of fee rate at something that's sort of commensurate with feasibility, and that you're making these targeted adjustments to your program, allowing that bonus density, for example, and making some of those AMI adjustments. As we sort of showed in the presentation, those can go quite a long way.
And Councilmember Jordan, I just wanted to add something. We recently had a conversation with HCD, and it was to do with the way we account our accessory dwelling units towards RENA, which we've been counting them all as above moderate units. But they actually encouraged us to start, based on some surveys we've done and surveys that SBCAG did, we can start counting accessory dwelling units in different unit categories, very low, low, and moderate. And so we're going to probably backtrack and do that and do it moving forward. And that's maybe an opportunity, maybe citywide, we have to use some of these funds to help people build these units or encourage people to build more moderate accessory dwelling units. We get about 200 or so a year. It's about half our housing production. So that's another way we can start promoting more moderate income units.
Okay.
They would be non-deed restricted, though, is the other thing.
The last question, because you just touched on it already too, that little math gain we're going to make in the density on one of those choices. What else is out there that, if you just didn't want to be careful, that would even in that situation give more density there? Is there something else that could be leveraged to provide a greater return for somebody choosing that pathway that would more market maybe, but more moderate units as a result of that. And I'm not even remembering what that pathway was, obviously, but I know that probably the suggestion is very safe, and I'm just wondering, are there other tools out there that we could even bless somebody with more market rate in those situations if they would agree to build more moderate at that time? I remain convinced sometimes when you talk with people like Peter Lewis that the high end of the moderate zone, the 120, is very, very, very close in some cases to market rent rates, and it's just a challenge to find some little tweak that will make them realize that they're getting something for what they're giving.
Councilmember Jordan, I think that is something that we want to explore when we look at updating our local density bonus ordinance. Right now, our ordinance doesn't allow moderate units at all, and so we think that's something that we could allow. The state changed state density bonus law to allow moderate unit if you max out your low income, but we haven't seen any of those projects come through locally, so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see here. All right, get right to it. So one of the questions I was trying to understand is if it's not feasible now for a lot of the developments, we're not getting the production, then how is increasing the in lieu fee, how does that make it more economical?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. So we are, first of all, just to start with the share of inclusionary required, we're recommending that stays similar. Due to the fact that the fee itself at present is really only paid in situations where there is a fractional unit, upping the fee, for example, to the recommended $50 per square foot fee really has a pretty minimal impact on financial feasibility for the tested prototypes. In addition, not all prototypes pay a fee due to the fact that the rounding convention has them only providing an on-site unit. So we found that, if sort of you're under the existing regime where the fractional units are allowed to pay a fee, albeit slightly elevated, big picture-wise, that really isn't making a huge dent in the overall feasibility. So that's kind of would be my short answer to that.
Thank you, because that does come up on even some of the correspondence we got. And then on top of that, the recommendation to not count or to give the full market rate plus use the affordables if we stayed in that, or the inclusionaries, does that help the economics as well?
Councilmember Friedman, yes.
Okay, perfect. Under scenario G2, and this gets to Councilmember Jordan's point, under scenario G2, where the option is to allow the in lieu fees for all projects. So the 80 to 120 would, just so we understand, the 80 to 120 would essentially go away, the requirements that it would be built.
To clarify, you mean the on-site inclusionary unit that would serve the moderate income households?
To build those, yeah. If we allow the in lieu fee for everything so that there is no requirement to build it.
Correct. It would remove the requirement that a project build on-site units, but would not remove the allowance for a project to build on-site units. So we would no longer say you must build these on-site units if you're 10 or more and have a certain requirement. I'm not going to go into all the details, but it would basically say an applicant could decide, I want to provide part of my inclusionary via on-site units and part of it via inclusionary, or maybe they decide I want to fully pay an in lieu fee to satisfy and do no on-site units. Option G2, it is a policy option that we're bringing forward because these are these two F to allow the bonus rental as bonus inclusionary as, I'm going to get these words right. Inclusionary rental as bonus density is differing from previous policy direction that we've received, and it would change the program. And then this option G, there are two of them in there because, again, it's a difference than the previous prioritization of on-site units being created. But in light of some of the correspondence on previous council comments, specifically the adaptive reuse ordinance and some of the discussion in public comments, we wanted to explore an option to allow an in lieu fee payment to satisfy all of those units because it's something we heard interest from the community. So what would that do? What are the pros and cons? We wanted to address it and bring it forward because, again, different policy direction than previous.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. So if we went down that path, and the most likely outcome would be that the units in the 80 to 120 that would currently be required to get built they would pay an in lieu fee instead, and those wouldn't get built.
That is a potential outcome, yes.
And then to, I think it was John Campanella's point, and again, following up on the previous, is there an option, again, trying to think strategically of how we could address through this program or maybe even another how we can continue to invest in that moderate income 80 to 120. Could we have a local bonus density program through this process, or would that have to be another one, or is it something that we could move forward where to incentivize keeping those 80 to 120 units getting built instead of going to the in lieu fee, that we would provide a bonus density type of incentive for them. So instead of, say, it was a 10-unit project and they had to build the 1 unit, and now they would have 11 units, that we could give them, additional market rate units if they built additional 80 to 120s. So it effectively acts as a state bonus density, but with our local regulations. Is that something that could be considered as part of this process and get vetted through the next steps of the Planning Commission, or would that have to be something we'd have to do in another way?
I'm going to have Director DeBus come up and answer that one. We did try to take strides toward that within the inclusionary realm. We do have a local density bonus program that we are looking at, and there are some other efforts that maybe will address your concerns.
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, really it just comes down to having the staff resources to take on multiple things, but it has been something that we've been considering as we've been doing this inclusionary study, especially given how state density bonus projects, we're seeing those a lot more than we're seeing projects with inclusionary units, and those projects essentially don't need to provide inclusionary units. So we're currently not seeing very many of those moderate units. And so, yes, looking at it through a local density bonus program is the next step. We'll be working with housing folks to update our affordable housing policies and procedures. That's where, in addition to the ordinance updates, it would also be in those procedures where that all gets documented. So I think some of it can happen concurrently. I can't say exactly if the timing would be before or after the inclusionary ordinances, but they are working concurrently to address.
And I wouldn't suggest that we try to put that into this ordinance. It would be a separate effort.
Right, perfect. That's what I wanted to see if there was. Don't go anywhere because you just went to one of my questions. Bonus density, state bonus density versus our local programs. What are the projects using? I think you just showed that. And then there's a couple questions. And then the key component, is it leading to more units? Because theoretically they're using state bonus density to potentially put in more units, but are they actually putting in those units, or are we just getting the same number of units with fewer affordables, but they're getting waivers, such as reduced parking, reduced open space?
Councilmember Friedman, we've seen both. We've seen projects that have maxed out their density under state density bonus law, so they've gotten the full 50% density increase. We've also seen projects where their density is no higher than what they could have gotten under the city's zoning. So we've seen both. Sometimes they do it, yes, just to get the incentives that come along with it.
Okay. That's good to know in the background as we're considering enhancing our own locals, because the more that we can encourage our own local ordinances to be used, the more we're going to keep local control here and achieve what we want, which is projects that have the more affordables, but also keep parking and other aspects of it. Thank you. Just a couple of more questions. With the local housing, actually, Mike Jordan answered that one. On the local housing trust fund, technically it does do, though, you could use that for 80 to 120, but that would be more of a political question at the time. Is there any data on if activity that hovers around the different inclusionary points leads to fewer units being built? For example, right now, if you're up to 4 units, you don't have to do anything. If you're 5 to 9 units, you pay the in lieu fee. If you're 10 units, then you have to provide the inclusionary unit. So say somebody could build 11 units or even 10. Instead, they build 9. Or someone could build 5 or 6, they're building 4 just to stay out of the program. Do we have any data that shows that these points are artificially decreasing the supply?
Yes and no, unfortunately, Councilmember Friedman. We do have the data. We don't have very much of it. We're just not a very prolific community for larger multi-unit residential projects. As part of the AUD program progress report done back in 2023, we looked at 10 years of multi-unit residential development and where projects were in size. Is it, and why were they doing, how many units they were doing? Did it correlate to inclusionary? Again, not enough data points to really be able to identify any trend like that. It was honestly our small parcel sizes and the density that we allow on sites that was really driving what a project was proposing. It's not to say that there aren't projects maybe making that decision, but we just don't have the data to support any kind of conclusion one way or the other.
So it'd be anecdotal, but nothing because of we don't have enough projects coming in.
Correct.
Ties into the next point is of the permitted units. One of the questions that come up is that there's plenty of projects being built right now, and if you go into the numbers in there, in 2023, it says there was 89 permitted in 2023, 90 permitted in 2024, and then 109 permitted in 2025. That's a lot of units, but the question then becomes, because we're talking about private development, how many of those are private developers versus housing authority projects or other that are deed restricted, affordable? So I'm trying to understand, because those are completely different sets of metrics and sets of financing that we're using. And is it half the units? So half the units are subsidized in some way right now, or are most of the units market rate that are coming in?
I also looked into this one because the data, I want to know what the data says. So this is included as an attachment to your CAR. Just high level, this shows all the multi-unit, meaning 2 or more unit projects that have been issued a building permit in this housing element cycle. So going back to mid 2022 to end of 2025, you can see there's a lot of small bars. Our median project size is 6 or 7 units. When we look at this, that holds true to our AUD progress report where we were analyzing this 10 years of data. So this is kind of the tail end of the AUD. For the last 15 years, we've been doing about 6 to 7 unit projects as our median, but there are some bars on this graph that are quite a bit taller than that median value. Most of these bars are orange, and that means those are affordable housing projects done by our amazing housing authority in town. The kind of almost all the bars on there are actually housing authority projects. So they've been creating a lot of larger projects more recently, but there's not a lot of blue bars, which are our market rate residential development. So we're seeing a lot of projects that are coming through and building a lot of affordable right now, but when you look kind of back longer, we don't have a lot of large projects generating those units. I think I got off topic from your question, but I hope this kind of answers your question.
Yeah, so it gets to the point that, there's units being built, and I think our housing authority is doing an amazing job.
a great job.
If you look at these in the last three years in particular. But when we're looking at whether the private sector is coming in and building some of our market rate and then some of the inclusionary in there, it has slowed down significantly. And so this gets to, we need to really put some thought and deliberate into what we put here, because it seems like, especially if you're looking at the last 2 years, that the market rate units have definitely slowed down compared to the affordables. And then the other question on this is there's another number that's out there that there are like 2,000 proposed units in the pipeline, and I just wanted a clarification on that. Does that include some of the more well, let me see how some of the larger projects that we have heard about that are out there.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, that value is including projects that are in the pipeline, as we call it. For RENA, we only count projects that have been issued a building permit. We don't count projects that have submitted an application or maybe are in the planning entitlements or even in the building permit phase but are not yet issued a project. That value of $2,000 does accommodate all the projects that have been submitted to the city and are being considered, but not necessarily will go forward. We don't know, right? They're just, somebody had an idea and they submitted an application on it. So there are some larger projects that are in the development pipeline and getting reviewed, but they have not yet been issued a building permit. So the numbers that we presented in the report are based on issued building permits. Those are reported to the state, but that's not to say those numbers might change in the future as projects move forward through planning entitlements, through building permits, and then towards an issued building permit.
So there's a good chance those 2,000, a lot of those would not come to fruition. And I'll say one of the ones that comes out there is the projects over by the Mission, which is hundreds of units. So those are not being counted in any of this, and those are ones that are
Correct.
going
Those-
through the process. But that's where that 2,000 number comes from, and that's not something that's guaranteed.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
all those statements are true.
All right. And then I think I have one kind of last question, and this gets into Mr. Kernall's point and just the overall issue about downtown and economic vitality of downtown, and needing to have housing constructed downtown to make what we want to do there economically viable, socially viable, and everything. So would there be an option to, in the CBD, one of the options is to reduce, which slide is that? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, would be to reduce I think it's slide 21. So this would be if we still had the requirement to build the units, right? To build the inclusionary, but then we would only do the in lieu in the central business district, or is this saying this would apply for everything?
It could go, however, council directs staff to have it move forward and then ultimately adopted. When the study was considering this, we did not delineate the central business district, but in light of recent policy conversations and hearkening back to the adaptive reuse conversation where there is a carve out for the central business district projects under 40 units that are adaptive reuse projects not having to provide inclusionary, you could do something similar to try to prioritize housing creation downtown by giving it slightly different rules to increase the flexibility for an applicant. Yeah.
So say we went with G2 and allowed just anywhere, instead of building the inclusionary units.
Could do that, yes.
Then citywide, but in the central, and then there would be an in lieu fee here up to $72 potentially. But in the central business district, we could carve out rules to have a lower rate, so that, because that is where we want to incentivize. So everywhere else, the rate would be X, but then in central business district, the rate could be Y.
That could happen. I don't know if that would be the easiest process to administer, which sometimes, right, a program can be really great on paper, but the administration gets a little bit bogged down. That's not to say we couldn't do that.
So what would be
wasn't considered.
What would be a way to, if we went with the in lieu being available throughout the city, what could we do through this to incentivize development in the central business district, to differentiate it because of the urgency to build housing and economic vitality down there?
Your point, exactly. You could change the in lieu fee rate for those projects in a certain geographic area in central business district if that's council's will.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. First, I just want to say thank you for the consistency. We talked about this in briefing between the slides, the wording on the slides, and the wording in the staff report, and the recommendations all being so consistent. I just wanted to really thank you for that. Some questions starting. Some things I just want to confirm. In attachment 3 of the report, and in table 1, where it talks about in progress and the percentage of units that are in progress, I just want to make sure, so above moderate, that's 21.9% that's in progress. And does it include already, oh, it's on the slide too, does that include already completed and in progress? Like, is there a change in the rate of in progress?
A real quick clarification on what this data means. So annually, we have to report to the state how many units get issued a building permit. All units. This is all units that have been issued a building permit in the current housing element cycle. So June 30th, 2022, up to the end of the year, 12/31/25. This is every unit that's been issued a building permit in the city, broken out by these different area median income categories. Progress means how many units have you permitted in comparison to how many units you've been allocated in the RENA process.
Thank you. And so that's since 2023 then? On
June 30th, 2022. Yeah, I know they use fun dates.
Okay. Okay, I guess this was my question because table 1 says 2023 to 2031, and then the table here in the slide says as of
Councilmember,
2025.
just a quick clarification on that. The HCD allows us to count what they call a projection period. So that starts at the end of June 2022. So even the housing element is that 8-year period, we always go back about 6 months, and we can count those units towards our 6-cycle RENA.
Okay, so we can do it just from this one then. So this is sort of as of today.
As of, well, the end of 2025.
Okay.
That's how much progress we've made towards our RENA numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so when I look at this, I mean, where should we be at this point in our cycle? So say that, the cycle goes to 2031, so like we wouldn't expect to be at 100%.
Correct.
Where would we sort of expect to be?
Just as a reminder, the RENA is just a goal, and we need to show we have the zoning to accommodate all these units. So the numbers we're at, ideally, we'd be halfway through or close to that, but our rate of construction has been pretty steady for quite a while.
Thank you so much for that. And so, like, when I look at this, the very low, and even the moderate are not great in comparison. Okay, just want to make sure. And then, so then on figure 3 in attachment 3, and it's the one that has the, that sort of decreasing line on the duration between building permit issued and construction start date. And I was just wondering, it's great that that's decreasing, that rate is going down. What impact does that have on, say, development costs? Like, or, what impact would process improvements in terms of, how much quicker that permit could be issued? Would that make a difference in the calculations?
I don't know if I quite understand your question, Councilwoman Sneddon, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it back and see if I heard it. If the figure 3 shows the duration between getting a planning approval and getting your issued building permit, the trend line you're mentioning is showing that the duration between those two entitlement phases has been decreasing. That's really good. That means
Really good.
you have a project that's spending less time in the entitlements phase, which costs less because time is money. Ultimately, that should be reflected in benefits to the project financially. How to calculate those, I could not speak to. But I mean, just adage time and money, it's a good thing the trend's going down.
Okay, thank you. So that would mean that could be some type of incentive that would help, as if we could continue to close that gap.
Correct,
And decrease that
yes.
further. Okay, thanks. And then on, well, again, I want to make sure I understand this one. So an Appendix A, and my questions are just going to be in the appendices mainly. So I'm going to go A, B, and D, just like 2 questions in each one. So Appendix A, again, just want to make sure when it's at table 13, it says average asking rent for a studio is $3,559, which is like, that's an eye-popping number. Would we call that market rate? Would we call that just above moderate? Like where, a number like that for a studio, how are we sort of generally describing that.
So, and we're looking at table 13? Is
Table
that-
13,
Okay.
yeah.
So
And
thanks.
also, I guess I might as well compare it to, also on the next page, where it's low income and moderate, a studio is like 1,700.
So, good question. So the first question that you asked about the studio asking rent, those are based on newly constructed projects dating back to 2017, and they're not covenanted, so those are fully market rate. And so that is definitely going to be higher than a covenanted market rate studio would be. I think I can pull that up, but there is a table at the beginning of the report that quantifies the delta between the market rate rent.
Got it.
And the cost. So for the studio specifically, there is a $2,000 per month difference in
Okay.
what you're covenanting and what you're building.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, terminology, because sometimes we've gone back and forth between what we call affordable or moderate, above moderate market rate.
And
So,
Councilwoman Sneddon,
yeah.
I would recommend looking at Table 3 in the study itself, which maybe will have a little bit more detailed information to your point. The stuff in the appendix was really intended to give the whole piece of information, and then the analysis and kind of the highlighted portions are in the study itself.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to sort of highlight that also, since it is in the highlight section, that the difference that we're talking about is like twice as much for a studio when we're talking about market rate versus the other. Okay. And then in Appendix B, I guess just in a general question, are there communities that don't allow feeing out at all? Like don't allow the option of an in lieu fee versus building on site?
So it's fairly rare. I mean, it's fairly rare to offer the ability to pay a fee without sort of some either council approval, claiming what would be called maybe extreme hardship. Most jurisdictions that we've worked with tend to want to prioritize the provision of on-site units over fee revenue. Again, that's a policy decision, and as state density bonus law becomes more popular, you are sort of reducing the likelihood that you could potentially generate fee revenue because there is no fee option for SDBL. So it really kind of is a balancing act between sort of how you all want to prioritize your, fee revenue versus your provision of on-site units.
Thank you. I'm so glad I asked, because I was sort of under the impression that this was sort of common, and I'm just wondering, from my talking with people who are doing developments, I'm not seeing that this is really being perceived as a concession, and this to me seems sort of like an extraordinary concession, and it's sort of responding to what we've heard from developers, like, oh, we wish we could do this. So I guess I really want to confirm that this is a concession to aid development, yes? Or to aid the developers in being able to have flexibility with what they're developing, or maybe I'll let you describe it.
I would just
Thank you.
maybe call it the flexibility for an applicant to decide how they want to satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements. Policy direction, as I mentioned, has been prioritization of on-site units and creating them. We have heard from the community that they would prefer not to have an on-site unit. Councilmember Jordan alluded to that, relationship in the administration of having an on-site unit maybe is a little bit onerous for an applicant, a developer to maintain over the duration of that covenant. So we wanted to look into it as part of our research into peer jurisdictions and speaking with staff who do inclusionary administration at other places, allowing to fully satisfy with an in lieu fee payment was an outlier. It was allowed in a lot of the places we looked, but again, it did require approval from a higher decision-making body for an applicant to be able to go down that route. So it wouldn't necessarily call it a concession. It would just be the flexibility for an applicant to satisfy their requirements in a different manner that is within a parameter we've set, be it the in lieu fee rate or allowing on-site units if that's the way we want to diverge from.
Yeah,
So.
and I want to acknowledge it's been council direction to look at this and in response to, when you say the community, it's the developer community is requesting this. I just want to be really clear on that.
That would be a pretty accurate summary, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's a response to what we're hearing from the developer community that would make this more flexible, more profitable, easier, whatever it is. It's for the benefit of the developer. I'll just make that a statement.
Okay, because I was going to be like,
I don't need you to, yeah, sorry. And it matches things that I've heard even recently. So like you mentioned, this is from a long time ago when the in lieu was a different number, but I heard this a couple months ago from an actually pretty major developer that, and they said that they would pay a substantial in lieu fee to just not have to deal with, the puzzle pieces of which units fit where in a certain envelope, one, and also the covenant and those agreements too. And I think I just want to confirm that we've heard that many times. Okay. And so I guess my question here, I'm just kind of highlighted is given the strong preference for paying the in lieu fee offsite. And so this is really interesting that it's sort of an outlier, which I thought it was not that common, but I didn't realize it was an outlier. And I have my own ideas of why I think it's a good idea to have everything on site. But what are the reasons? What are the reasons and the benefits of having it on site if you're not just looking from the developer perspective, but if you're looking at the community perspective? What are benefits of them being on site?
I think the biggest one in answer to that question is those units are getting created at the same time as those market rate units are getting created. We're all aware, and Councilmember Jordan alluded to this when he was asking about setting a fee rate for when those units actually get constructed, that collecting an in lieu fee payment today doesn't mean that that unit is online tomorrow. It means that there needs to be enough collected fees and then the project developed and the funding secured, that the creation of that inclusionary unit that the fee is supporting is many years down the line. How long that is, it's anybody's guess at this point, except for maybe Housing Authority, right? So the biggest pro to having the on-site unit be required is that unit gets created in the same time frame as that development comes online. The biggest con is for the creation of affordable units, that there is quite a delay in when that unit gets created. And also, again, to Councilmember Jordan's point, those the in lieu fees that are collected many times are not used to support a moderate income unit once it is turned into an actual physical unit. A lot of times those funds are utilized just because of the financing that's available and kind of the subsidies and the grants out there for LIHTC, right? That's low income or very low income units a lot of times. So on-site units would create on-site units for the household category incomes that we've identified here as middle, right, for our ownership, and then moderate for our rental. And then the con would be that the units are created down the line much later and at different AMI categories, different household income categories than have been identified as the focus of the inclusionary housing ordinance.
And is there a community benefit to sort of not bifurcating neighborhoods into?
Also,
I was going to
yes.
add that as
Mixed
a
income,
pro.
yeah.
Yeah, you have more diverse people living in your units. And they're brand new units, they're nice units. You get a little more diversity.
Thank you. And then to Councilmember Jordan's, I actually really appreciated the question about the timing of that in lieu fee. Could there be something like it's one amount if you're collecting it upfront in full, and another amount if it's not amount, but you do whatever that calculation is, the CPI or whatever we settle on, that you do it at time of occupancy? So you're either doing it upfront at that CPI or doing it at the time of actually developed and about to give the final certificate?
First pass, that sounds like a great idea, but I am going to defer to the city attorney over there, since that is probably an attorney question.
Can you repeat the question in terms of exactly the fee we're looking for?
It's looking at it to Councilmember Jordan's sort of questions about the change in the value of that dollar when more time passes. So could there be some kind of structure where you're paying the current day's CPI or whatever that metric is in full upfront, or if your development happens 10 years, 15 years down the line, if you could say, well, you can pay it later, but you'll be paying that current day's CPI.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Stone, yes, like as I mentioned with Councilmember Jordan, you can have hard costs. You could have costs based on a formula that will create a projection. You just can't leave something so open-ended where no one can figure out what that cost is. So by having a written formula or having caveats like that, you can work with that as long as you're under like the recommended like potential caps, and it gives the option for the developer to consider what they would rather do as well and elect that. So there is some flexibility as to that, as long as whatever formula or whatever basis we're looking at can be determined, right? So it's not left up as a guesstimate. So yes.
Right, so it would be, instead of a projection, it would be, what is that actual number today? Or at the time when you're, actually building it, what is that number in that year?
In that year, tied to a certain formula, so at least someone
Right.
could point to whatever the
Certificate of
formula
occupancy
is. Correct.
or something, okay.
Councilmember Sneddon, just did want to add, it does make things a little bit more difficult to administer when you've got those multiple options, so I would just be a little bit cautious on that end.
Sure.
And I would actually concur with that point as well.
Yeah. Thank you. No, and I don't want to make it too complicated either. And then just one more question. This is from Appendix D. And again, I know the big picture is in the report itself too, but it sort of seems like, I guess I'm going to bring the question back to, what is the goal of the in lieu fees? Because I think I've heard it described as the amount of fees we might be collecting and going into local housing trust fund. And also I've heard, it's so that developers can actually develop things without it being too onerous. But what about the like true cost of actually meeting the need that's induced by creating market rate units, like actually making those units? And I guess to answer that question, like framed around Appendix D, and I just want to make sure again that I'm reading this all right, but the way that I read this is, and you can confirm for me or help me, that for every 100 market rate units, so those are those ones that are 3,500 for a studio, right? So there's a profit happening there. So for every one of those market rate units, it creates 72 jobs needed of support work in the community, which is awesome. Job creation is really good. But then I'm reading this, and this number is really different than numbers we've seen in the past studies. I'm reading this that then for every 100, that it creates a need for 21% or 21 units below AMI. And that's a higher number than we've seen in previous studies.
So, and you're sort of adding the discrete categories of acutely, extremely low, very low, and excluding the.
I added them
above.
up because it's 18% over AMI, and I'm just looking at the rental ones.
Yeah.
And then I added up those other numbers together, and just because we've been lumping things into above moderate or not, so I did that too.
I mean, that is pretty consistent with what we see across jurisdictions.
Okay.
So I think that is certainly an observation that is not that's sort of broadly characteristic of market rate multifamily development in California.
So then just confirm this for me. So that means to me, and this is what I really want to check in with, that if we're not producing 21.8 not market rate units, then we're not even breaking even with the demand that's being created by those new market rate units.
That is correct. Most jurisdictions, inclusionary isn't the only sort of source of affordable units. You have a great housing authority, for example, that will do entire projects that are dedicated to low and very low, and that will, oftentimes help catch up with that.
That's very helpful. So that delta is made up by something like housing authority
Correct.
projects or projects with the local housing trust fund.
Correct. Or
used
Section 8.
for,
Yeah.
and making up that number. Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. We are going to pause there because we have some scheduled applicants for our various commissions and committees. So I'm going to start off with that, and we'll come back after that and finish up with deliberations and comments for staff. We'll start off with Steve Winterhalter. And this is for the Sister Cities Board, and we're going to try to keep the interviews right at 3 minutes and or less.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and fellow council members. My name is Steve Winterhalter, and I'm here to apply an interview for the Sister Cities Board. I've reviewed a few of the questions that pertain to this position and would answer them by saying some of my qualifications are, first of all, a deep interest in international affairs. Second, I have a successful business record. I operate a digital agency here in Santa Barbara that's been going for almost 20 years now. Third is I have a deep recognition that the sister cities are no longer just about symbolism and goodwill between cities, but they actually do solve important issues that Santa Barbara and all cities around the world face. They might be development issues, they might be financing, environmental issues, human justice issues, and I think more than ever before, the city councils and the sister city boards are in a very strong place to help work in conjunction with other cities towards resolving and solving many of these issues. I have a particular interest in South America and some of the cities that are down there. I was, in fact, recently, before I even knew about our sister city, Miraflores in Peru, I was there just about 3 or 4 months ago. So I have a natural affinity for international relations and empathy for the types of issues that all cities go through. That's my statement. If you have some questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, does anybody have a question for this applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Joseph Navarro. And this is for the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force Board. I'm sorry?
I'm going to make a brief statement before the next person starts. I just wanted to say to the applicants, you can grab one of the business cards there at the podium when you leave and use that for parking validation on your way out.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that housekeeping detail. Okay, Mr. Navarro.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Navarro. I'm applying for this position on the Rental Housing Mediation Board. I've only been, this is for the landlord position. I've been a landlord for 6 years in the city of Santa Barbara, but have lived here for, gosh, over 40 years. So most of the time I have been a renter. And I think that being on this board as a landlord might offer me a unique perspective, having been a renter for most of the time. I've had no formal training in mediation, but in my prior position at the University of California, Santa Barbara, Associate Dean of Students, I was involved in a lot of conflict resolution, which is similar to mediation. And I think together with the experience I've had as a tenant and a landlord and mediation, conflict resolution, might make me a good candidate for this position. I've also been a property manager while I was a tenant. a renter. I was also a property manager for 25, 30 years, and had to go to through a couple of evictions, which is really an unfortunate thing to have to experience. So I've seen that part of it. I've never been evicted myself, although some of the properties that I've lived in have been sold and I've had to find another place to live. So I know what it's like to be a tenant, and I know what it's like to be a landlord. And I think I can bring something, a different perspective to this advisory committee. I've also served on other advisory committees. Most of them were through the county. I was on the Human Services Commission for the County of Santa Barbara in the 1980s. And right after I retired from UCSB, I served a couple of terms on the Santa Barbara County Civil Grand Jury, which was very interesting and very educational.
All right, very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you so much for
Okay,
applying.
thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Next person up is Lisa Carlos. And this is for the Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Lisa Carlos. I'm asking for your support to reappoint me for a second term on the Housing Authority Commission, where I currently serve as chair. As you know, my values align deeply with the Housing Authority's mission. Affordable housing is both a moral imperative and essential to a just, resilient community where everyone can prosper. As a commissioner, I've learned housing development is a difficult, highly technical task, requiring us to balance many complex factors. We serve more than 3,500 households, no small feat and decades in the making. But the sad truth is that 10,000 more remain on the waiting list. So we constantly weigh two questions. How do we maximize the number of people we serve while also building homes that are safe, durable, livable, with open space, good air circulation, storage, natural light, and other things? Our goal isn't simply to increase supply or put a roof over someone's head. What we're building is a robust city infrastructure of permanently affordable, high-quality housing that will stand the test of time. These aren't stack and pack projects for a transitory population. Each is intentionally designed to fit the site and the neighborhood, safe, dignified housing where residents plant roots, thrive, and continue to contribute to our community. Ambitious, perhaps, especially given today's political reality and unpredictable state and federal funding. Pandemic-era housing vouchers are being eliminated. Mixed-status families and others may also lose HUD assistance. Difficult choices lie ahead for all of us about where to prioritize precious public dollars. Do we ensure those with subsidies stay housed? And does that mean we scale back on our investment in new housing? There aren't easy answers, but as a commissioner, you have my promise. I'm going to lean into these challenges with the due diligence of our agency and consult with you, the city, and stakeholders. And you know that I'm always willing to roll up my sleeves with the city to find a viable solution, like a ballot initiative, a bond, or another path. Needless to say, city dollars remain the linchpin to bringing to fruition so many recent successful projects like Jacaranda Court, De La Vina, La Cumbra, and South Hope. Let's work together to continue this momentum to deliver our Parma School project, plus Presidio Springs and Monteria Village, where we will rehabilitate and more than double the density of units on Housing Authority-owned land. Santa Barbara is fortunate to have award-winning, nationally recognized Housing Authority professionals. I would like to continue to work alongside them. I hope you give me that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you much. Any questions for Ms. Carlos? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll bring up Lisa Sands, also for the Housing Authority.
First of all, thank you for this opportunity to talk to y'all today. I don't have a big list of dissertation to tell you. All I can say is that my heart is dedicated to supporting a solution-oriented conversation with housing that is low income, we sling around the word affordable all over, and I don't think we really understand what that is. Some people can afford $10,000 a month in rent. I can't. I want to work with the city housing with solutions that we can work together and actually have them manifest. I am on a housing voucher, have been for several years. I'm 72 years old, and I want to give back. And I can. I've been in business for myself for over 45 years, and I want to engage with solutions that are for now, not 10 years, 50 years, et cetera. So my commitment is personal, because I want to help this community, and I think I'm a viable candidate for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for this applicant from anyone? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Randy Cohn? Mr. Cohn here. Okay. Come back to him. Nicholas Gaston. And this is for the Santa Barbara Youth Council. Mr. Gaston, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Nick Gaston, and I'm committed to continue dedicating my time to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I currently serve as Vice Chair of the Youth Council, and it's been an incredible experience. Understanding how the Youth Council operates was a learning curve for me, but while serving on the council, I've gained a strong understanding of how it functions and how we can be more effective. And this experience has prepared me to help lead our efforts into a more focused and strategic way. I bring leadership and collaboration skills to this role. I'm actively involved in campus clubs and have participated in leadership training through the Bucket Brigade, which has helped me grow as a team leader. Additionally, as a student in the MAD Academy at Santa Barbara High School, I've contributed creative skills by designing flyers, canvas bags, and upcoming ideas to promote youth council initiatives. I would like to be reappointed so I can complete my term as Vice Chair and continue building on the progress we've made so far. I'm especially focused on improving outreach for our Youth Speak Out event by assigning one council member per school to connect with adults at each school site who have the authority to send out communications and promote the event more effectively. For example, some ideas include announcements in each homeroom and PA, parent squares, reaching out to other organizations, and other communication methods I've yet to mention. I'm especially interested in strengthening youth engagement and participation in our Youth Speak Out. In addition to improving outreach, I plan to help organize a clear timeline for social media promotion and flyer distribution. I also have proposed adding dedicated brainstorming time to our upcoming meetings so we can develop new, larger-scale projects beyond the Youth Speak Out. I feel as though I now have a grasp of how the council runs, and I'm ready to help brainstorm and lead a new initiative for our youth council to work on. Before I conclude, I just want to express how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve on the youth council. It's something I truly care about, and I would be honored to continue in this role that I started serving this school year. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions for Nick, Mr. Gaston? Ms. Sned?
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. Mayor Rouse, actually not for the applicant, but for the way that this is organized. I just want to make sure, so it says up to 3 new appointees, and the Santa Barbara High School says only 1 new appointee, and Mr. Gaston, you're incumbent appointee, right? So is that counted as new, or is it additional to?
No, you go ahead, please.
I was just we're going to ask, there she is, Deputy City Clerk Norma
There she
Welsh is
is.
coming in.
Ms. Welsh, or?
And we can
Why is
answer
this
this
person on these topics?
later, too. I just wanted to make sure we're counting the categories right.
And Mr. Mayor and Mayor Potemkin, if you could repeat the question for
Yes.
Ms. Welsh.
Hello, I'm Ms. Welch. So when it says, under the applicant, it says up to 3 new appointees, but for Santa Barbara High School, it says only 1 new appointee. If an applicant is an incumbent, would that count as a new appointee when reappointed, or would that be in addition to all the incumbents, there's a space for one new appointee?
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, members of the council. So the one new appointee for Santa Barbara High School, that is the incumbent's position.
That is the incumbent's position. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gaston, for your.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gaston, since you've already been on the Youth Council for a while, can you just let us know what the Youth Council has done to address the e-bike safety issue in our community?
I would have to speak to my council about that one. We're still figuring it out. It's a very pressing issue right now. So that's something I would have to talk to my council about.
So you'd be open to having it be a key issue for the council to consider in the future?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
This council's still trying to figure it out too, Mr. Gaston, so. Anyway, well done. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Michael McGuire.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Mike McGuire. I am fully committed to serving on the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals and have the time and availability to do so. I live and work locally, and my professional focus keeps me closely connected to the types of projects and challenges that regularly come before that board. Professionally, my background's in architecture and urban design, and I've worked on a wide range of project types. Today, I run my own project management firm focused on permitting and expediting, where I apply both creative thinking and analytical problem solving to help projects move forward. I've taken the time to understand the role of this advisory group by reviewing meeting minutes, watching past hearings, and working directly with the city's process, particularly around access compliance, fire safety, and building code requirements. In my day-to-day work, I navigate these systems on behalf of both homeowners and developers, from small residential projects to large commercial and housing developments. This experience has given me a practical understanding of how projects move through the system and where they can struggle. I'm familiar with concepts like technical infeasibility, code alternates, and equivalent facilitation, and I understand how rarely exceptions are granted. That perspective has helped me develop a balanced, thoughtful approach to interpreting complex codes while respecting their intent. What draws me most to this role is Santa Barbara itself. It's a city that doesn't always fit neatly into standardized regulations. We face big city challenges and uniquely local small city challenges, especially with older buildings and growing importance of adaptive reuse. I believe this board plays a critical role in finding reasonable, fair solutions using the flexibility within the code to support projects that might not otherwise succeed while still protecting public safety. Above all, I can be objective, fair, and thoughtful in hearing appeals. I care deeply about this community and plan to be here long-term as my family grows. It'd be an honor to contribute to thoughtful, case-by-case decision-making that defines this board. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. McGuire? Thank you so much for applying. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Amelia Leonardi, and that would be for Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Amelia Leonardi. I am 15 years old and a freshman at San Marcos High School. I'm here to reapply for my position on the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I have served on the Youth Council for over 2 years now, first as a junior high representative, and most recently as a voting member and as secretary. Through this experience, I developed a strong understanding of what Youth Council does. One of our main goals is to share youth perspectives with different city groups and lead initiatives such as Youth Speak Out. I believe that my experience as both a voting and non-voting member, as well as my roles as secretary and chair of the Youth Making Change Grant Subcommittee, will help me to continue to serve effectively. I'd like to be appointed to Santa Barbara Youth Council so I can continue making a positive impact for youth in our community and keep learning about how local government works. In my experience, youth leadership isn't just important to prepare young people for the future. It's important because adults are often too comfortable in the present. Too many of the solutions we create are built off of what has been done before. But teenagers haven't had time to accept this as the norm. We also haven't had the time to be okay with things that are unfair, outdated, or ineffective. I think youth leadership is important to focus on improving our community right now. I think that we can all agree one of Santa Barbara's biggest challenges is the socioeconomic divide, specifically in the availability of extracurricular opportunities for youth of all backgrounds. It seems to me like the same people get all the recommendations, all the connections, and all of the support. This is not a problem that will have one solution or one that can be solved by ChatGPT, but I do think the Youth Council has the unique ability to address this issue. This year, as part of our annual Youth Speak Out, I led a resource fair inviting local organizations and nonprofits to table and answer questions. In the coming years, I think that this program can be expanded to leadership groups and even job opportunities for all youth. I think that one of my biggest strengths on Youth Council is effective communication. Communication is as important in every situation I've ever been in, whether this looks like delivering updates to Parks and Rec Committee, emailing potential panelists, or taking notes in a meeting. I think that communication is a foundation for change. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Emilia, since you've been on the council already, what would you say is the overall consensus of the Youth Council's opinion on State Street being open or closed to cars?
This is an exciting topic because we just got a presentation on this exact topic yesterday evening. There were a lot of opinions there. I think that to speak for everyone, our general consensus is that we support State Street being closed. It's an amazing place for youth in Santa Barbara. I think that Santa Barbara has a lack of third spaces, and that's another thing that I hope that Youth Council can focus on addressing more, because third spaces are important to everyone, but especially teenagers, as you know. And that's currently one of our only third spaces that is accessible and that is free to everyone in Santa Barbara. And opening that back up to cars will pretty much effectively take that away.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thomas Keeler.
Thank you.
Thomas Keeler. Alrighty. Maya Llewellyn. And this is also for the Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Llewellyn, and I'm 15, and I go to San Marcos High School. I'm interviewing for Youth Council. I'd like to start off by saying I'm able to devote the time and commitment needed to apply for this role. I'm responsible, I am good with my time, and from what I know, Youth Council represents the voices of young people and directly empowers them to serve the community in a way that is meaningful to others. It turns real ideas into true change, and I believe my communication skills and leadership advice and working well with others will help me succeed in this role. I'm someone who listens, speaks up, and I want to be appointed because I care about making a positive impact and being a part of something bigger than myself. One issue I think is important to address is the lack of spaces for teens to safely gather. A solution to this could be like rec centers. Not having these spaces is causing kids to feel disconnected from their community, leading to mental health struggles, e-bike use, substance abuse, which could all be fixed by having places that teens can hang out together. There could be sports areas, study areas for kids who are struggling in school but may not have the financial means to have a tutor. All of this is an overarching problem to many different problems. Like, e-biking is a small problem, but having these big recreation centers could easily solve that by giving kids the areas to gather safely and have fun. I think it's important for kids to be involved in leadership because it teaches them to be a part of something bigger than themselves. It gives you a sense of purpose and gives you the ability to provide input on that affect the youth voices. The talent I would most likely share is my ability to connect with others and represent different viewpoints, making sure everyone feels heard. Lastly, I do not foresee any conflicts that would interfere with attending meetings or events. I am fully committed if appointed this position.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for this applicant? All right, nice job, thank you. Oliver Nevius?
Hello, City Council. My name is Oliver Nevius. Currently, I'm just finishing up my 7th grade year at Crane Country Day School. I'm 13 years old and I'm looking to apply for this position on the Youth Council. My experiences include I've been elected two years in a row as class president. And truly, I think that on this council, I could do something that's bigger than myself and can make a difference in my community. These past 5 years after moving down here, I've been living in my own personal bubble. But I think that it's important to go outside of that and work on something bigger than myself. I think that in popping this bubble, I could go out and change something for the better. And one of those ways that I could do that is by joining the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I heard about the council from my teacher, Michelle Holmes. She's been a leader in my education and has always been there for me. And when I heard about this, I knew that I wanted to join or apply. I truly hope that the council considers my application, because I think that joining with the council, that if I was able to join with the youth council, sorry, 1 second. The possibilities will be endless. Thank you.
Thank you. That was pretty impressive, actually. Any questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what would you say one of the biggest issues for the students at Crane School is currently?
Really, I think it's currently what I see is our mental health. Normally, we don't want to branch out and talk to people about it. We normally want to stay and think that we can handle it ourselves. And I think that dealing with this is making it more accessible for everybody, making it more cheap, and making it truly seem more welcoming and like they can go to it whenever they need to fix problems that they have.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will Rivera, this is for HLC.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Will Rivera. I've been practicing architecture for over 40 years. I've worked for a lot of great architects in Santa Barbara. My career started in my senior year in high school in 1978, and where I worked with Ken Miner was a mentor of mine. And since then, I've worked with other really great architects, Henry Lenny, Bill Mahan, Barry Burkus, Robin Donaldson, Mark Appleton, to name a few. I served as in the ABR in 92 to 95. I've also served on the BAR. Salute Carbajal appointed me to represent his district in 2006, and I was on it for 8 years, and I chaired it for the last 3 years, ending in 2012. I've been very active in the community in various different fields, including a board member of the Habitat for Humanity. I am very passionate about this city. I love this city, and I feel like architects should, even though they're always so busy, take time and give back a little to the city, and I feel like I have that time to do that. I am working on my own for the last 8 years, and the last four projects that I've done are hotels for the city. I'm very well aware of the the struggle it is to develop and create, beautiful architecture, but I'm really all about creating beautiful architectures in Santa Barbara and including, mentoring people and advocating for architecture, because I really believe that if we want to make Santa Barbara a place where people can continue to come, architecture is really one of the main things that I feel like I can help in that respect. There's also a lot of other points, but I feel like making Santa Barbara beautiful is a very, very strong passion of mine. I have the time to do that, and I want to give back to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Rivera? All right, thank you. Tamara Sack. And this is for the Neighborhood Advisory Council.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and honorable members of City Council. I know some of you and some not. That said, I have been living here in Santa Barbara since August of 2022. Prior to that, I lived here from 89 to 91, and then I returned briefly from 93 to, 94 to little 95, where I left to go to law school in Cincinnati, Ohio. When I was living here from 89 to 92, I attended Santa Barbara City College, and I worked as a research assistant for Santa Barbara City Council. And I was charged with researching various services by the city and county providing services for unhoused persons. At issue was money and resources. So Excel wasn't even around then, so I had to use my MacBook and come up with this report, which I brought with me, and it was presented on April 14th, 1994, to the to the Santa Barbara City County Advisory Committee for Homeless Services Steering Committee. And what I did was instrumental in some policy changes. Really made me so happy because I love Santa Barbara, and I always intended to return here, notwithstanding the fact that I was 27 years in Ohio. I went there for law school. I worked as a public defender. I represented various cross-sections of different communities, and wherever I lived, in Cincinnati, in Dayton, in Fairfield, Ohio, which is Butler County, I always volunteered and involved myself in the community. I tutored high school students. When I was living here in 1993, you may or may not recall a judge by the name of Denise Belfway. Well, she had asked the community, it was some incidents with youth violence happened, and there was a meeting at the church that's right by Crush Cakes, and I went to that meeting, and I was so moved by what Judge Denise de Belfway said that I immediately volunteered and tutored high school students at West Side, at the library, the Franklin Center, and sometimes I even met some of the students in their own homes. And I helped them with reading, with math, with writing, and I definitely, it just instilled with me passion and just great love for the city, for the community, and that everybody deserves what the city has. And we need to work towards that, towards unifying, towards cross-sections. I was very moved by the young ladies and gentlemen who spoke to you some moments ago about the Youth Council. Some of them mentioned mental health. Yeah, that's very important. That's my priority, especially for the youth. I would like to focus on safe spaces for youths in the neighborhoods, even if inclusive of e-bikes and the like. As well, I want to identify vulnerable persons, elderly people aging in space, in place, and any needs they may have. I don't want to go too far over my time. I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Carter Saunders. This is for Youth Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Carter Saunders. I'm an 8th grader at La Colina Junior High, and I'm going to Santa Barbara High School next year. I've grown up in the city my entire life, and Santa Barbara isn't just a home for me. It's a place I genuinely believe in, and that belief is a big part of why I'm here today asking to continue serving on the Santa Barbara Youth Council. My involvement with this council didn't start last year. It started before that as a junior high non-voting representative, watching, learning, and understanding how the council actually works from the inside. That experience gave me something I think is rare. I didn't walk into my role as member at large with assumptions. I walked in with context. I already knew the people, the process, and the purpose. And even before I was a voting member, I got to see what this council had already proven it could do. The council before me listened to young people's concerns about gun safety or gun violence at the Youth Speak Out, took those concerns seriously, and turned them into a real piece of city law, a safe firearm storage ordinance that went all the way up to city council and passed in 2024. That's not just having a voice. That's real power used responsibly by teenagers. Knowing that history shaped what I believe this council can accomplish and what I want to be a part of. Last year, as a member at large, I had the opportunity to be part of the Youth Making Change work, which showed me that when young people are trusted to lead, they rise to it. Competing for and receiving that grant and using it to fund events that bring teens directly into conversations with city leaders is exactly the kind of meaningful action I want to keep building on. This year, my focus is on teens who aren't already in the room, the ones who don't know the Youth Council exists, the ones who have opinions and ideas and frustrations but don't think anyone in the city government is listening to them. Because if this council has the power to change city law, it absolutely has the power to reach students who've never felt included in civic life, and that has to be a priority. The way I want to do that is simple. Show up, listen well, and keep showing up. When I commit to something, I follow through. That's not a trait I'm claiming. It's something the people around me would back up. I want the teenagers who come after me in Santa Barbara to look at this city and see proof that their generation shaped it. That when young people had something to say, there was a council that amplified those voices and turned them into something lasting. I want to help build that legacy, and I'm ready to do the work and have no conflictions that would keep me from fully participating. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Are there questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Carter, since you've been on the council for a bit, what would you say can be done to address the e-bike safety issue?
I think something that can address the e-bike safety issue is having more clear set laws that people know about, or at least the youth know about. Because I know a lot of people that have the Surons or the stuff like that and think that they're legal to be able to ride on street. And I think that if there was clear-cut laws and then people were actually educated on them, that it would go a long way in reducing the dangerousness or improving safety of the e-bikes.
What do you think the Youth Council can do to address it?
I think the Youth Council can address it with events like the Youth Speak Out, try to educate people more on the laws, and by hosting even more events on just education of these laws and stuff, which is actually something I've brought up in past meetings, just about trying to just have hosting more events that are more informative events that can just help bring knowledge to the community.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Great job. No follow-up question, but I do want to say thank you for solving the e-bike question for all of us so we can do it. But it's more of for the clerk, because it's not it's for the clerk, so you're not a follow-up question. Carter's listed as a public at large. There's 3 applicants. Is there one vacancy for the public at large, or is there multiple? Because the issue is we have 2 incumbents. So I just want to clarify how many vacancies there are for the public at large.
Councilmember Friedman, for the Santa Barbara Youth Council, there are currently 4 vacancies for the public at large category.
Okay, so they wouldn't be competing against each other.
That is
Okay,
correct.
perfect. That clarifies it. Based on the last question, it was a little more unclear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to Jamie Ross. And this is for the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Ross, and I'm applying for the East Side seat on the Community Development and Human Resources Committee. I'm applying for this position because I both live and work on the East Side. I'm currently a staff attorney at the Immigrant Legal Defense Center, based out of the Franklin Neighborhood Center. And my wife and I recently relocated back to Santa Barbara and live just a few blocks away. So I am primarily looking for an opportunity to support and raise up our local community. As a nonprofit immigration attorney, I think I'm uniquely familiar with some of the needs and services that are present in the area that I would be representing, particularly with respect to mixed status and newcomer families. In terms of skills and experience, I'm bilingual. I specialize in working with unaccompanied youth and survivors of violence and persecution. I have many years of experience in grant writing and reporting, including state and local funding models and CDBG block grants. Given my background, I think one of the strengths that I would bring to the committee would be the ability to think creatively and strategically about how we can continue to ensure that emergency services are accessible to people with language, mental health, and status barriers. With respect to time commitment, I acknowledge this is not a small undertaking, and I do have a very full-time job. However, the majority of my professional commitments happen during court hours and should not interfere with meetings or site visits. That's all I've prepared, but I'm welcome any questions.
Very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Joseph Samora, and this is for the Housing Authority.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joey Samora. I have had the honor and privilege to serve as a tenant housing commissioner over the past year, and am here to apply for the next term. I have been a recipient of housing for about 7 years, and it has been a lifeline for me and my family. Allowed me to stay here in Santa Barbara, go back to school, and yeah, I'm soon to be graduating with a master's degree at Antioch. I've learned a lot. I went to Washington, D.C. with Rob Fredericks, and we learned about advocating for affordable housing and mixed status housing. And yeah, I just want to continue to learn and help serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you for applying. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see, Robert Sears Jr. And this is for the Citizens Oversight Committee.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Bob Sears. I'm a retired business executive. I have an MBA from UCLA. I've worked 45 years in executive capacities for various public companies, including the last 30 with a construction company, largest one in the United States. So I'm familiar with budgeting. I'm familiar with construction. I'm currently the board chair of Youth and Family Services of the YMCA here in town. I'm also a member of the new entrepreneurial mentorship under the Chamber of Commerce called BEAM, and I support nonprofits and business mentorship. I'm also the founder of a medical charity that I've founded in a third world country 20 years ago. I'm very familiar with government. I've had lobbying experience in Sacramento, including ex-Governor Schwarzenegger, and I believe that I have the financial capability, the time, and the experience to meaningfully help our city.
All right, very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Gina Quiroz, and this is for the Housing Authority.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gina Quiroz, and I'm here to express my sincere interest in serving as a commissioner for the Housing Authority for the City of Santa Barbara. My interest in this role is informed by lived experience and as someone who resides at El Carrillo, a Housing Authority property. I understand firsthand how profoundly stable housing affects a person's health, security, and ability to fully participate in our community. Having a safe, affordable place to live is not just a policy goal, it is the foundation that allows individuals and families to pursue education, maintain employment, and build stability. I am drawn to this position because I want to contribute my perspective as both a resident and community member. I believe in practical, equitable solutions. Our community continues to face significant housing challenges, rising costs, limited supply, and increasing pressure on those with fewest resources. Addressing these challenges requires not only sound policy and fiscal responsibility, but also voices at the table who understand how decisions impact residents day to day. My personal and professional experiences, I have developed skills that I believe would serve this commission well, listening carefully to diverse viewpoints, navigating complex issues, and approaching decisions with fairness and long-term impact in mind. I recognize that this role is not just about quick fixes, but about stewardship, ensuring housing programs are effective, resources are managed responsibly, and policies truly serve the people that they are intended to help. If appointed, I would approach this role with transparency, accountability, and respect for the responsibility that it carries. I would work to build trust between residents, staff, and fellow commissioners, and to support policies that expand access to housing while preserving the integrity and sustainability of the system. I am seeing this role out of a commitment to service and a desire to help strengthen our community in a meaningful and lasting way. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this applicant? All right, thank you very much. Jackson Honeycutt. Jackson Honeycutt, okay. Jim Marston, oh, he's here. Marston? Yeah, Dr. Marston, you're up. And this is going to be for the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals.
Yes. Honorable Mayor and honorable council members, I've applied, and you can read my true qualifications when you have time for that. But I want to say a few things here. The ADA has been important to me since I lost my central vision and left my career as a land development and code compliance. 30 years ago, I was appointed to the UCSB ADA committee, where I started my study of the ADA and the California Building Code. The vast majority of cases heard by the Board of Appeals are accessibility issues. I can only remember a few issues that weren't accessibility. We are required to comply with Title 24, the California Building Code. This committee is a quasi-judicial body, which means applicants who do not agree with the findings can't just go to city leaders. This puts a lot of pressure on members, as we must make sure that we fully understand the code and our task that we are tasked to uphold. It is so important to have members that understand Title 24 and the California Building Code 11B section that relates to accessibility. I know we have two applicants here who are certified access specialists, and I hope that they were given priority. So, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Marston? Thanks again. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Purnima Waugh. And Ms. Waugh, you've got a number of committees you're applying for. Is there an order of preference for you?
Yes, I actually looked at that today, and thank you for having me here. My name is Purnima Waugh. I think I would probably fit really well on the Citizens Oversight Committee, and I will explain why. And my second choice would be the Sister Cities Board. My name is Purnima Waugh. I was born and brought up in India. I've been in this country 35 years. And I have a bachelor's and an MBA in finance and economics. And I have, I started my own company called Veritas Government Financial, essentially just dealing with government finance. And I was a consultant working for city, county, and state governments all over the United States. I started in California, and then I moved to other states. So I understand government finance and general fund accounting really, really well. I retired 2 years ago. I sold my company, and I've been in Santa Barbara since 2007. I've done a lot of volunteer work in Santa Barbara. I work at the wharf with this, the Sea Center there. I work with the museum, and I also work at the Botanical Gardens as a volunteer. And I would actually, I think, fit very well on the Citizens Oversight Committee because of my vast experience in government finance. And the Sister Cities Board, I think I would do really well on that because I'm an immigrant. I'm from another country. I have traveled quite a bit. I know a lot about other countries. And particularly, there's a city in India, a state called Goa, which is very similar to Santa Barbara. And I think Goa and Santa Barbara have a lot in common because they're both coastal cities. So I think those two are my top preferences. And I would do really well in those two capacities. And I think that's it. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Wall? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anthony Del Bello. And this, this is for the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force.
Peace and goodness to the mayor and city council members. I hope I didn't make a mistake. I really should have applied for the youth council. Okay, I'm a very fortunate native of the city of Santa Barbara. On June the 13th, 1966, 60 years ago coming, that's more than some of you were born, okay? Or even thought of maybe. I became a member, okay, I first began working for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara because the city Housing Authority was not in existence at that time. So that's 60 years ago. So I was hired to manage the Pilgrim Terrace. Now, we're not talking about the new Pilgrim Terrace, we're talking about the old Pilgrim Terrace. There were about 76 units out there. In that capacity, I was responsible for keeping 76 tenants and their families, and at the same time making sure the tenants were following the rules and regulations of the Housing Authority. One additional important responsibility that was given to me, and which I'm very proud of, was to participate in the gathering of information for submitting the application for Section 8 housing for the Housing Authority of the county to the federal government. I feel like I am the grandfather of Section 8 for introducing the program to Santa Barbara. Upon approval of the application for Section 8, we had to educate landlords and developers to merits renting to eligible seniors and families. It was during this time that I had the opportunity to work with landlords and tenants. We had annual inspections in homes or apartments to see if the tenants were maintaining the unit and also if there were any items that needed to be repaired by the landlord. I've been a landlord for 50 years with 23, 26, and 35 years tenants that I've had. It's not always been that way. I have had to hire an attorney to evict a tenant, and that is a costly way to go. Mediation is faster and less expensive. So what I've learned from tenants and landlords is to listen, adhere to the rules, regulations, and laws. I am ready to be appointed to the Housing Board, and here's a copy of my fingerprints issued by the City of Santa Barbara, dated August the 5th, 1952, and signed by H. Brooks Strout, License Inspector, and also noted on the permit, expiration good until revoked. So please do not revoke my permit. Blessings and goodness to you all.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Del Bello?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. let's see, Shanar Mosley. I don't know if I got that one right or not, but I'll. And this is for the Single Family Design Board.
Yes, correct. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. I'm Shanar Moslahi, Architectural Project Manager at Kernal Collective Architecture Firm. I'm currently the Vice Chair serving under the Single Family Design Review Board. It has been a rewarding experience over the past 2 years, and I've truly enjoyed working alongside my fellow board members and staff who have done an excellent job, especially with the streamlining project. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it improves the review process for our architectural community and makes it more accessible for both current and future homeowners. I would be honored to be reappointed and to continue serving our community while supporting thoughtful and well-designed homes in our beautiful city. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Thank you for applying.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much for your time.
that. Okay, Elizabeth Sorgman. And this is for the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals.
So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Elizabeth Sorgman, and I'm seeking reappointment to the Building and Fire Appeals Board, on which I currently serve as its chair. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara, and my family has deep roots in this community. My father owned Fernando's Market on San Andres Street. My mom owned a business, she operated a business on Haley Street, and my husband owned Signs by Ken for 43 years. So I am really well aware of small businesses and their needs. Professionally, I'm a licensed architect. I was about to say landscape architect, but no. Licensed architect with more than 25 years of combined plan check experience. I worked for the city of Santa Barbara for 17 years as a senior plans examiner and became the first CASP. It's the Certified Access Specialist on the city's plan check staff. Last year, I also had the honor of serving as the president of the CASI board, which is a state board that is an organization that provides training on accessibility to other professionals. I am a member of the Access Central Coast Board, and I remain actively involved in our community. That experience is particularly relevant because approximately 90% of the cases heard by this appeals board involve accessibility issues. This really matters because they're often highly technical and require a strong understanding of Title 24 building regulations and accessibility laws. It is important for the public to understand that the appeals board cannot approve decisions that violate Title 24, which again is just the basic building codes and regulations. Our responsibility is to carefully evaluate appeals within the framework of that law, ensuring fairness, consistency, and public safety. I also believe in diversity, and representation matters greatly on all city boards. I am currently the only woman and Hispanic member of this 6-member board. Santa Barbara is a diverse community, and our board should reflect the people that they serve. Diversity is not simply about appearances, but it brings different life experiences, professional perspectives, and a stronger public trust in the decision-making process. As chair, I have been working collaboratively with city staff to better identify and communicate the expectations and the procedures of the appeals board so that the process is more user-friendly and understandable by members of the public that are seeking to appeal a decision. These cases can be intimidating for applicants, and I believe that transparency and clarity are essential in maintaining confidence in this process. If reappointed, I will continue to dedicate the time, preparation, and the care necessary to serve this community responsibly and fairly, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sorgman?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Wyatt Wagner. And this is for the Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Wagner, and I'm applying for the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I am willing to give it all if I get appointed to serve, and I will try my best at all times to be present and make an effort to be a part of the group. I'm applying for the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I've already interviewed with them and have been a part of the council for a year now. The council gives kids a voice and helps address situations in the community. We have presented about planning for the future of Santa Barbara, and overall it's a great thing to be a part of. Skills I possess that would help contribute to the council is my friendship. I connect with everyone and can help spark ideas for discussion. I'm a natural leader, so I spread the word about events fast through friends and family. I want to be a part of this council because I have been on it for a year now, and I realize the change it can make, and it does make. It has shown me that we can make change even still if we were young. I feel like the council is not well known. Most kids only hear about it from teachers or people who are on the council. So I think we could do more public events and spread more awareness. I believe it's important for the youth to be involved in leadership from a young age, so that when we grow up, we're more confident in the city we live in and ourselves. People will listen to the youth because we are the future. A present issue in the youth in Santa Barbara is bike safety and bike paths. The bike path along the sand down to East Beach is filled with tourists who don't recognize it's for the bikes. This makes the paths unsafe, with little kids running out in front of the bikes and people not paying attention to their surroundings. One talent I want to share the most is communication. Communication is key, so if the word gets spread around about the council, we would have lots more support and more people would help at our events. I do not foresee any conflicts that will interfere with my attendance of the monthly meetings. If any conflicts come up, I will be sure to email Nicole.
All right, very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Hey, White. What would you say the overall consensus of the youth council is on keeping State Street closed to cars?
I would say the youth would like it closed more than open to cars.
How come? Why?
Because I feel like if cars were reintroduced, there'd be way less room for the bikes. And the other day you were saying how you were hoping to expand the sidewalks, which would just leave less room for bikes, and bike is the main transportation for the youth, mostly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Namita, and thank goodness, I'm not going to try the last name. You're going to have to give that one. You can help me out on this one. And this is for the Sister Cities Board.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Namita Derajlal. Most of my teachers just called me by Namita. But I'm here to propose a very exciting liaison with my hometown, a second hometown, I should say, in the Canary Islands, Gran Canaria specifically. Some of you may know that Christopher Columbus described them as the fortunate islands on his way to America, so that in itself is a great liaison to start with historically. I've been committed to our community since 1996 when I moved here, and I've worn many hats, mainly geared to serving the community I live around, specifically because I've been one of the fortunate ones to be a very fortunate immigrant. I've been born in Mozambique and then immigrated to the Canary Islands, where my parents opened a business with textiles. And then from then on, just education gave me the privilege to travel the world and get to really learn about other cultures. So my commitment has always been to give back the joy that I've found in the union of culture and humanity, and never better so than in times like these, where it's what drove me to actually bringing into fruition, if possible, the communion between the Canary Islands and Santa Barbara, and we share a lot in common. That's why I consider them both my homes. My ex-husband, when he wanted to come to the States, I said it has to be like the Canary Islands if you're going to take me out there. And he brought me to not a better spot than Santa Barbara. So I actually, interestingly enough, he's come in my psyche today. He translated this guidebook 30 years ago, and I'm bringing it to you so you can check at the familiarity that our landscape has. So these are the things we have in common, apart from language and music, because Spanish is the spoken language, even though the Canary Islands belongs to Africa, geographically, they're still politically Spanish. So we have a diversity of wonderful culture and a lot happening in these islands, apart from tourism. We have some of the best volcanic wines, rated as #1 in Europe. We have, of course, the surf culture and the food culture, that, especially with the Spanish fiestas, that I actually miss seeing the Spanish food because it's a kind of a hybrid between Mexican and Latino culture. So it'd be nice to get a little Spain being represented too. And then the most exciting aspect that I am wanting to focus on is the film industry that's become pretty rampant in the Canary Islands because of the tax purposes, that it's got a lot of tax-free benefits and a lot of diverse landscape. I know that Mad Max 2 was filmed there, and Jennifer Lopez was there last year filming. So because I own right now, in my different walks of life, I've worked for UCSB as a language instructor for many, many years. Again, working with international students and witnessing the wonders that happen when they see other cultures and are part of it.
Well, that's kind of time, and so
Sorry?
that's time, actually.
Yes. Oh, okay. Well, that's it. Then here's the book.
Okay,
if
thank
anybody
you.
wants to see
Appreciate
it. I can get carried away.
Nicole Caldwell, and this is for HLC. I'm sorry, were there any questions for Namita, by the way? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicole Caldwell.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. I will make this very brief. So I'm going for the Historic Landmarks Commission. I will not give you my life story, but I do have 15 years experience in historic homes and properties across 5 different countries. I currently work at the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. Primarily, I am interested in a position on this commission board because Santa Barbara is so distinct in its architecture, and I think we do need more young professionals interested in not only the general aesthetic of the city, which is just so rare on the West Coast and in the U.S., so we really need to preserve this gem as well as promote it, as well as serve the needs of our community as well. Like I said, I'll keep it brief, so do you have any questions?
Questions? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Can you tell me more about, you're in the category of professional architectural historian.
Yeah, so my background is actually in conservation and curation, but when you work in historic properties like I do, especially in California, I've worked at Hearst Castle, a lot of the architectonic pieces are antiquities. So most of my career has been preserving built-in architectural elements. I'm sure you've all heard of Hearst Castle. Santa Barbara has quite a few examples here as well. And then I do give lectures on the cultural influence of Spanish Revival and why it went so viral in the 20s, as well as lectures on the women architects, some of whom have buildings here in Santa Barbara, like Julia Morgan, Luda Maria Riggs. I've also given some on George Washington Smith as well. So I'd say I'm more the museum side of things, but I have been in this field for almost 16 years now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you very much for the application. Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
So it says there's one vacancy, but then there's 3 different categories. Is there multiple vacancies within those categories, or is it one for all 3 categories?
Councilmember Friedman, it's one vacancy and it can be filled by any category.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
I think along the same lines, it would benefit me, which means you'll send it to everybody, to know what the current category makeup of the members as they exist right now in the HLC are. So those member categories you have up there, licensed architect, professional architect, but what is the roster that's currently up there that's sitting on the bench? So that would personally help me pick what is the next one that would benefit the whole group. Does that make sense?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan,
you.
I will provide you with that roster.
All right, very good. Jay Higgins. This is the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals.
Good evening. My name is Jay Higgins. My interest in the Board of Appeals
is educating applicants to building and fire code compliance through the permit process during that time when an appeal is filed, to settle disputes or explore design options applicants may not have considered because people usually get creative during an appeal process. By trade and most of my experience is on the land use side. But more and more I see applicants needing to solve for building and fire and other code compliance while inside of the planning process so that the plan check review is not interrupted with a surprise. As to one of the questions or general questions associated with the application form, I don't have a certain interest or subject matter I'm looking to focus on or to solve or change other than efficiently settling disputes. As to the other questions, yes, I can be objective in my review, and I've proved that with a 2-year term on the city's planning commission. I'm a certified land use planner by the American Planning Association and be happy to serve as long or as little as the council desires. Thank you.
Very good. Are there any questions for Mr. Higgins? All right, thank you. Mary Fenger, who rescheduled, is she here? Oh, very good. We're actually a couple of minutes ahead of schedule here, so. And this is for the Housing Authority.
Good evening, Mayor Roush and City Council members. I have been a senior commissioner for the Housing Authority for 6 years, and I'm reapplying for my last 2 years that I can do, if you will allow it. And I've really learned a lot, and I really love where I am and what I do. It's given me a purpose. So I'm 82 going on 3 or something like that. And I just really love being involved with the Housing Authority. They have such integrity and such heart. And our CEO is incredible. And our new chair is, well, she was here this afternoon, and she's just really awesome. So I look forward to continuing. And it's time to go home. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Fenger? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Fenger. It says it's up on the top, but she moved down to this slot. Jim Dewey, Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. You look hauntingly familiar.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. It's good to see you all again. So my name is Jim Dewey. I'll be applying for the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. First of all, I can fully commit to the time required, including the monthly meetings, and I'm prepared to serve the full 4-year term. I understand the board's role hearing appeals of decisions by the chief building official and fire chief, reviewing alternate materials and methods, and issuing written decisions. I also understand the board interprets the code but cannot waive Title 24, and that accessibility appeals require members with disabilities to be present and often involve hardship considerations. I bring over 40 years of experience in building and facilities, including 15 years with the City of Santa Barbara as Division Manager of Facilities and Energy. I oversaw the city building maintenance and construction, led the lead programs, managed commissioning and reviewed plans, and served as the ADA coordinator. I later managed the streets operations and worked with the Access Advisory Committee as the ad hoc coordinator. Previously, I was the Associate Director of Facilities at UC Santa Barbara, managing building systems and commissioning new construction. Before that, I owned a mechanical and electrical contracting firm. I'm also a certified access specialist with expertise in the California Building Code Title 24 accessibility requirements and the ADA standards, directly relevant to this board's work. I want to serve the board because it applies code knowledge to real-world situations, helping find compliance solutions when standard approaches don't fit. That's work that I value and have spent my career doing. Finally, I can be objective. My experience helps me to understand both the letter and intent of the code, allowing me to evaluate appeals fairly and without bias. Thank you, and I'm willing to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dewey?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are just a little bit ahead of schedule because of some vacancies, so I'm going to call a couple of names that I've already called once and see if they came back in. Randy Cohn, Thomas Keeler, not here, and who is here that is applying for a commission or a committee? And your name, sir? You're right. And you, sir? Oh, you're Jackson Honeycutt. I'm going to have you come up first because you're next on the list there. This is Jackson Honeycutt. He's for the Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Yes, good evening, council members. Apologies for me being late. I take the bus and I was walking here. And like, even as I was walking here, I felt really inspired walking around Straight Street and seeing how many small businesses and seeing how diverse our city is, and I really am ready to serve. I am definitely willing and able to devote the time necessary if appointed, and I know that the Santa Barbara Youth Council is devoted to forwarding youth interests to the City Council, and I think the experience and skills that I have that will make me successful in serving this city is I come from a household with a health policy advocate. My mom has taken me on the Hill. She has taught me to advocate for myself and for others. I am very passionate about advocating for myself and for others and really understanding the problems that affect people that are my age or people that struggle. And I think that I can bring a unique perspective of being not necessarily raised here, coming from LA, and I think that I can bring something fresh and something new. I also participated in the Lead Goleta class. That's where I live currently. It was really eye-opening to see how city government works. I've always been on sort of the federal and state side of things. I've never really gotten down to the local level. And it has really been a tremendous experience and a real eye-opener to see just how amazing this community is. I do have certain interests and issues that I want to promote. And I think education as it stands is flawed. I think that we can do a much better job of educating and preparing our students, my peers, for the future. And I think that things like individualized education should be focused on more career pathways, more post-secondary education focus in schools. I think that it is so crucial and necessary, as well as teen mental health and a focus on civic education, because students and teens do want to be involved in our community. They just don't know how. And I think that we can give them that pathway and help them succeed as citizens. I think that that's also why I think it's important for teens to be involved in youth leadership. It teaches us from a young age how to stand up for ourselves and stand up for others in our community. And I think that one of the most pressing issues for youth in Santa Barbara, I sort of already addressed it, teen mental health definitely is a real problem. There are too many of my fellow students who are burnt out or are dealing with cyberbullying or things of that manner. And I think that there are definitely pathways to correct these issues, and I want to serve the board and help address them. And all my talents, the one that I want to share the most as a Santa Barbara Youth Council member is my passion for advocacy. Truly, I am truly passionate. I want it to be my life's work to stand up for other people and make sure that injustices go corrected. And I don't have any conflicts.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, what grade in school do you go to?
I'm a sophomore at Dos Pueblos.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions? Thank you very much. Council, I have E. Howard Green on the line. I think we have to have a vote to allow him to interview online. Is that correct, Madam Administrator? So may I have a motion for Mr. Green to be able to apply online?
Hello, so moved.
So moved by Jordan. Second by Ms. Sneddon. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is, sorry. A motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, to allow Mr. Howard Green to interview remotely.
Okay.
Please go ahead and vote.
And
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold, I'm going to cancel that because Ms. Harmon has left. Hold on.
okay. That's okay,
Oh.
guys.
She has,
Yeah, the DoorDash
She has
person is here,
apparated.
so, I don't see much salt on that margarita. Okay.
very good.
Okay, very good. That passed unanimously. And let's bring Mr. Green online to interview him.
And Mr. Green, you can go ahead, unmute yourself and go ahead.
I think I am?
Yep.
Okay, great. I didn't realize it was so necessary to get a vote to speak because I tried last week. I'm uncontested, which is a crazy situation. I would love to have more people interested in care for the seniors. And there's a lot of great people in town. We've listened to them for the last hour and a half. So perhaps one of the reasons that some have not applied is the council itself is in Santa Maria, but since COVID, we've been doing quite a bit by Zoom or by having remote meetings. I'm afraid I have to say that we've had 4 EDs and 3 finance managers in my time there, and that's created some management problems for us. So the board has been forced, well, willingly, very willingly, to step in and help more than a typical financial board would. We have in the South County right now, Presidio Springs is our congregate meal site in the Housing Authority, and have a lot of good people there. I've visited a couple times. There's also meal programs in Goleta and in Carp. I welcome your questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Green? All right, Mr. Green, thank you very much for applying. Appreciate this. I think Dave Botsford is the applicant in the room. Would you like to go ahead and interview now? And this is for the Santa Barbara, the Neighbor Advisory Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dave Botsford. I'm a clinical sports psychologist by profession. I've worked in higher education and mental health my whole career. I've lived in Santa Barbara now for 10 years and California for 15, although I'm originally from the East Coast. Please don't hold that against me. The reason I applied for this position is because I'm, a homeowner, and like I said, I've been here for a decade, but I've also lived in 10 other states and 2 other countries. And with all that moving around, I am very, and also by my professional background, I'm a trained listener and problem solver and advocate on a whole lot of levels. And so I saw this as an opportunity for me to better connect with all the different parts of Santa Barbara, because living here initially it seems like a small town, but it's so much more than that. And I think that there's definitely problems. I don't have the solutions, but the way I often describe what I do is I can't guarantee you to reach the top level, but I'm really good at identifying the resources, identifying the issue, and figuring out how we can find intersections between the two. Like I said, I have worked with all different types of people, both personally and professionally, and I think my listening skills, my background in education and psychology would make me hopefully an asset, and probably, considering the first 30 years of my life was on the East Coast in a different place, would maybe, allow me to provide a different point of view than maybe other members of the group.
All right, very good. Any questions for Mr. Botsford? Thank you so much for applying. Appreciate that. Council, we have exactly one person who is not scheduled for another 10 minutes, and then we got to go back to our other hearing. Shall we go ahead and take a break?
I think probably taking a break at this point.
So 10-minute break and then reconvene here at 20 of?
Good thinking.
Very good. looking for Piper McGinnis. Is Piper here? And this is for the Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Piper McGinnis, and I'm applying to be reelected to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. I want to be reelected because during my previous 3-month term, we successfully ran a youth council speakout, provided feedback to the police department on teens' mental health, and I shared my personal feedback on improving Santa Barbara beaches. I truly love that this council gives voices to all kids with different backgrounds and experiences. But I've only been on here for 3 months, and I'm not done yet. If I am reelected, I am determined to secure better walking and biking paths around Santa Barbara County to promote cleaner transportation. And with my family being part of the LGBTQ plus community, I am very committed to creating a safe environment for queer youth. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. McGinnis? Thank you for applying. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And is there anybody else here that's applying for a committee or a commission? Last call. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and move back to item 8. And what we were at was, I don't know if anybody else has questions for staff still, or if we want to move into deliberations. I had actually a couple of quick questions. Actually, no, mine are more in deliberative mode then. So with that, if there are no further questions, we'll go into just comments and deliberation from council. Boy, though. Are you still?
So I think what we were going to suggest.
We were in the middle of Kristen's questions. We finished that. We took the break.
Yeah, so
we are in where we are.
Yeah, so if there's any other questions, this would be the time for council questions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what would be helpful as the staff is working now, the next step is to go and draft the ordinance that will then come back to council for consideration. It would be helpful if we could go through the different policy recommendations that the staff had worked through, and either have deliberations, conversation, a motion on each one of those, or if there's a motion that wants to be made on all of them because there's a comfort level with that also is a possibility. So,
is there a guiding slide that synopsizes what we have in front of us?
Not
Not
exactly.
really.
We have if you have it's in the staff report what the different recommendations are.
I have a slide that lists the recommendations by each kind of grouping category here, or we have a slide with somewhat small text listing all 10 of the recommendations from the study.
Yeah, so we could probably leave this slide up.
Probably
for
works like
council.
that, okay. Very good. Well, with that, Mrs. Sneddon's got her light on, so I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just wanted to say some overarching statements. I'll say first off that I agree with all of the Planning Commission revisions. So that would just be down the line, agree with all of them that they made. But just a few comments. I think I understood differently in this presentation what a sort of special thing it is to even be offering in lieu fees. And I think in light of that, it changes a little bit how much I think those in lieu fees should be, because they don't have to take this option. It is an option, and I think we've heard from so many developers over the years how badly they prefer this option. So I don't think it would halt production. I think it would help in the getting the in lieu fee amounts, but the overarching goal for me is to actually address the added housing units that are needed because of the market rate production. And I think if we consider that allowing the option of in lieu fees is one sort of nice incentive for developers. And then on top of that, if we're saying you don't have to build it on site, that's really sort of another nice incentive. And I worry that if we make it too nice of incentives, that we may be incentivizing demolition and reconstruction. And I don't want to do that. And I think we all recognize we really want to get things going downtown and prioritizing there. But I want to be really careful about not just building housing for housing's sake, but the type of housing that is of mixed, portfolio of housing where we want it. And all of that is with, the starting point being that I'd much prefer everything be built on site altogether. So for me, it's a huge concession to say, let's break those out. I think it's better for communities. I think it's better for families. I think it's better for the workforce, for everyone to be neighbors together and living together. I also have concerns about whether what's built separately would be of the same sort of quality and locations as what's being built at market rate. And when we look at the difference between like $3,400 for a studio being market rate, that is a very different life and lifestyle than an affordable unit at $1,200. And so it'd be my preference that they were all together. And I really, that Appendix D, I think we've referred to this a couple different times, and I know Sheila Lodge refers to this a lot, and to me, this is the main point of everything that we're doing, that for that 100 market rate units, it's creating the need for 72 new jobs. And those are people, workers who need to then have a place to live. So it creates that induced need for 22 additional affordable units. And if we're not like truly addressing that just to break even, I really worry that we're sort of like in quicksand and backsliding in the creation of the need and inducing the need for more affordable. I've definitely heard from pretty large-scale developers over the years that they would be more than happy to pay, and in their words, substantial fees. And I think this isn't in the realm of substantial fees. So for all of them, I agree with all of it, and I do see this as already a package of an incentive to be even allowing this at all, considering it's an outlier, and most other communities don't even allow that. And I think because there have been so many studies and recognizing that, it's better when everybody's living in the same building and it's built at the same time. So I'll keep mine simple, that I would go with the recommendations, each one that is as revised by Planning Commission, and that would take it to the maximum of the $91.41 per square foot for the rental units, and the $72.53 square foot for the ownership units. And again, really, really want to emphasize that this really is an incentive. And then on top of that, just to make this very clear, that we've been talking about increasing this in lieu fee structure for years, for the entire time, the last 9 years that I've been in any part of this conversation, and Planning Commission has talked about it. Many have talked about it as being sort of egregiously low, and I don't think that this adjustment makes it egregiously high. I think this really kind of brings it up. But these funds need to go dedicated into the local housing trust fund. Otherwise, what you mentioned about that 22% not really needing to be all made up by inclusionary, but also be able to be made up by housing authority projects or other projects, we can't get there if there's not money in the local housing trust fund. So I think that fund itself is sort of vulnerable. We're talking about taking money out of it constantly, and here's an opportunity to put money in it. So I think it's not exorbitantly high. I don't actually believe it will stop development, as told by major developers who are willing to have the convenience and the flexibility. So I just think it's time to move this to the most it can legally be defensible. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a different take on that. So I'm pretty agnostic on this whole thing just because I'm doing the usual Mike Jordan cup is half empty thing, because I think, you know, we're in a place right now where we're not producing what we want to do. I don't know that any of these choices, neither do we. So, you know, I'm wrong, you're right, you're wrong, I'm right. Nobody will know for 10 years after we make these changes anyhow and we start tracking this. But one thing that's pretty clear to me is that, my opinion, that if the burden right now is too great to where we get what we want, increasing that burden is not going to get us where we want. So the Planning Commission recommendations just seem a little obscene to me in that regard, particularly the $90 whatever fee. I will readily admit, and been one of those people chanting, and when sitting on the Planning Commission, that our fees were a joke. But still, when bonus density came along or other alternatives were there too, you still didn't see people take advantage of our fees because of the other restrictions built around our fees or just the other thing. So I think there's something in here somewhere that probably helps remedy that with an increased fee and some other menu items. And so my list of current annoyances are, one, that the current burdens are already non-productive as we want, and I'm not supportive of anything that puts another higher burden on the development dynamic. Kind of in that stance too, and a couple of you have mentioned this here today, is that, you know, the role that the devil of bonus density projects play in this community. Every bonus density project increases the number of market rate units built in relation to what an inclusionary project would be in relation to their beneficial units, because you only end up applying the percentage to the starting density, not the end density. So you may get some low income, but you're also not getting any moderate, and somebody's continuing to run away on those numbers on market rate. So in my mind, somehow we need to be smart enough to come up with something that is an alternative to bonus density that is more attractive here locally. Obviously, we can't get out of it if people want to do it, so there's got to be a way to offer an aggressive incentive that makes the choice better to do what we want people to do than do what the state's allowing them to do, and do it in a manner that that is unacceptable. You know, to me, part of that discussion is our local density rules are you know, the equivalent of an FAR discussion, so that particularly in the downtown area, if a building's design and a building's size can get through the process, then who are we to say what goes inside that space? And have no cap on density, have a minimum on density and no cap on the upside, and let the market determine what goes in there. Not tweaking these choices, I think, will just, just what we have already, not tweaking them will lead to just repeat our historical performance, which we're in our second generation of whatever that's called, the 10-year period. You know, in my tenure, sitting here and on the Planning Commission, and so that's obviously too few capital A and fewer moderate than ever before, and I don't think that's good. I'd like to actually be in a situation where, like, when was the last time we actually had to put the brakes on development? I mean, we're all struggling to try and think of ways to move the development forward, and we're scared to give something away or continue an allowance or put a greater allowance. And I don't understand what the fear is, because when was the last time that allowances led to housing development that was out of hand, and we had to say, okay, we got to slow that down, and wouldn't that be a good problem? And then I continue to worry about choices that would allow a pathway for inclusionary allowance choices or fees to lead to the Housing Trust Fund, and just watch any inclusionary option, because people will take the fees, and watch any resulting development never be interested again in developing moderate housing as part of their inclusionary project. If you give them whatever the number of the fee is, whether it's $91 or $50, if that fee works for somebody, they're going to take that fee, and we're done in the moderate housing development world. So I know this is pretty tight, and talking behind the scenes, I know, I really want to go on our bonus density program. I really want to talk about density overall downtown again. I want to talk about FARs. So this is just the old Helene Schneider thing. You got a rug laying there, and you're pulling on a thread on this side and watching it bunch up over here and going, oh God, what do we need to get it over there too? And how do we do it? So every one of our actions leads to other actions, and it's really difficult to put together a full portfolio of actions at one time that will seemingly keep that rug flat out and laying on the floor. And so I don't really know how to help you with this. I just see probably the problems coming with some of the choices, and knowing it takes a year or years then to react to those. And I really think there's got to be a better way to solve or address more of the problem all at once, and particularly in downtown. I mean, some of the speakers you heard, Brian talk about downtown, and I think we have a commitment and an obligation to do things in downtown that we have not historically done. Doesn't mean they have to be high buildings, doesn't mean they have to be big buildings, but I think other things that we historically have shied away from, I think we have a responsibility to that thing we just adopted last week, to make sure that bullet that said 1,000 to 2,000 residential units in the downtown corridor is not something that's lagging. And then we're looking at ourselves going, why isn't downtown reinventing and reinvigorating itself? Because housing is probably one of the top two things that needs to be part of that success of the master plan. And we're not going to get there with this. I think we need to drop in a zone down there or an overlay and work on that problem by itself across multiple ordinances and across multiple types of constraints all at the same time. It's been done in the past before me. Like, I'm assuming that's how overlay zones get done up on Upper State Street or other places in the city. So I know it's probably possible. It's just, is there a will or the resources to do it? But that's where I'd like to see us end up. So that's kind of my overall. I'm fine with any of these. I'm not fine with any of these. I'm just going to kind of go with the flow on what you hear after me, and if something really bothers me, I'll pop in again. But I really just think we continue to play catch up, and we need to get out in front, and literally to a point where we have people lining up to be our best friends and work on development with housing. And then say we can get a little more picky and a little more constraining to stem that flow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. I share a similar concern to Councilmember Jordan, excuse me, but overall mostly agree with what Councilmember Sneddon and the Planning Commission has recommended. So I'll try to keep my comments brief, but essentially I would be willing to move forward with the Planning Commission staff recommendations all the way down, but I do want to add some additional comments to that because there's
so many things that go into this. So first off, the use of CPI versus other metrics of the cost index indicators. The California Construction Index, I'm forgetting one C, but you all know the one I mean. Construction costs, that's an important word. So the construction cost index, I think, may be more aligned with what the real costs of construction are, more than the CPI, because as my colleagues noted earlier, CPI is mostly for the average things that one buys, groceries, rent, all that stuff. Let me see. My overall goal with this is to decrease the likelihood of developers opting for the route of just pay the in lieu fees and not build the units. I think we can all agree that the thing that we need the most is actual units being built. We're obviously not meeting our RENA numbers, and the fees that we collect, the in lieu fees that we collect, even after raising them, even if we raise them to the max, even if we raise them to what the Planning Commission has recommended and what is legally allowable, that will never be enough to build the units that we need. And so we also can't keep the fees too low to the point where developers will just say, well, easy, I'll just continue to choose to pay those fees instead of building the units. When it comes to the central business district downtown, I have some concerns about us allowing developments there to opt to just pay all the fees, not build any units, any affordable units downtown, mainly because what is increased flexibility for the developer can also result in unintended segregation of our population. We need to be able to provide both market rate and low income and middle income housing in order for State Street and for our downtown to really thrive. We can't just do market rate units. And so I continue to be concerned about an option that allows developers to just continue to pay the in lieu fees, because I've also heard similar things from developers that, it's obviously easier to just pay the in lieu fee than having to maintain the affordable housing units over time and having to manage that. I'm in support of us allocating the in lieu fees permanently to the local housing trust fund. Again, the fees that will be generated will not be enough to build the affordable units that we need, but every penny counts, and the local housing trust fund needs to have money in it in order for our partners to seek state matching funds. Let's see. Incentives. I know we've spoken a lot about incentives and trying to encourage the development. And when we talk about the central business district, going back to allowing fees to be paid instead of building the affordable units, I think it's important that we remember that the overall picture that we're working within. We also gave a concession to the central business district already when we decided to allow the developments there to not include affordable units for adaptive reuse. And we're already doing things that would ideally improve the amount of developments that are there in the central business district. But I worry that if we approach every ordinance through that angle of let's just give a break to the central business district, what you're eventually leading to is no affordable units there, because we keep giving developers an out to not have to develop those affordable units. If you give them the option, they'll take it. And we are already not building enough affordable units as is, and I have concerns about making it easier to circumvent what I consider to be a duty. If you're building units in the city for profit, you should also be building affordable units. In my opinion, it's plain and simple. I'll leave it at that, but very much in support of, our planning commissions are truly some of the most dedicated experts that we have in these matters, and I don't take it lightly that their recommendations were pretty much unanimous. So I will be supporting those recommendations. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, this has been a good conversation, and I think I'm going to start, if you all will indulge me, just by meandering maybe a tiny bit, but I think it helps explain sort of where my thinking is on this. For me, when I think about in lieu fees in this moment in time, the elephant in the room for me when it comes to policy is our council's commitment to moving forward with the rent stabilization program. I believe strongly that that program is a good thing, but, or maybe and, the research says that the degree to which rent stabilization is effective at stabilizing communities over time is in direct relation to our ability to incentivize, lower the cost of, and expedite housing production at the same time. It's that second leg of the three-legged stool of ameliorating our housing crisis. I think I have heard maybe every single one of us in the context of the rent stabilization conversation talk about the importance of that three-legged stool. Rent stabilization is one leg, housing production and incentivizing it is another. So with all due respect to our Planning Commission, and I do want to acknowledge how incredibly thoughtful and hardworking and expert they are, but my job is to really look at the full context of policy discussions that we're having. And to me, setting fees at the highest legally defensible amount simply doesn't reflect the kind of pro-housing policies we need to implement to make our stabilization program work now, while at the same time building towards solving the crisis in the long term. Furthermore, something that I don't think we've really emphasized sufficiently in this conversation is that if we set the fees too high, developers will use state density bonus law. To me, I wouldn't say that's the worst possible outcome, but it's pretty darn close. I mean, I think like that's something we really, really need to be concerned about. And that's not theoretical. We see it happening. These laws are on the books. Our legislators in Sacramento are telling us that they want more housing, and they're doing it explicitly through these laws. So personally, that's of great concern to me. I would like us to retain our authority to work with these applicants and to not be constrained by those laws. And it's going to come down to a simple cost-benefit analysis for our developers, and this is one of the elements that's going to go into that analysis. So that's really what's coloring a lot of my thinking around specifically the question of where to set the fees. So in general, with that said, I support staff's recommendations on the amounts. I think that they've got it right and have struck the right balance between the obvious necessity to increase the fee. $25, I mean, is laughable. But at the same time, when you think about the full context of what we're putting forward when it comes to housing policy at this city, I think it's incumbent on us to really try to find a balanced number. And I think that staff has done a good job of doing that. I also want to say I do agree with, I think, all of my colleagues who have spoken that my strong, strong preference is to have the units built. I mean, I think when I first heard of the concept of in lieu fees 7 or 8 years ago, I just thought we shouldn't have them at all. I mean, it really is, it frustrates the purpose, I think, of our inclusionary policies. That said, the crisis has become so acute. We don't have developers banging on our door to create housing that I think we do have to think about incorporating some flexibility. So while I think the $50 fee for the fractional, that sounds great. I personally prefer on the G2 option setting that amount higher. So, and this is a bit confusing. I know that you know exactly, we talked about this, so I know you know. Hopefully that makes sense, but to my colleagues who are trying to follow what I'm saying, I think this would be the one area where I am more inclined or would be open to supporting Planning Commission's recommendation. To me, it's just so important for us to get these units built that having a little bit of a disincentive to spend the money entirely and not to build, I think makes good sense. I would be fine with 72 if my colleagues are interested on this going up to 91. This is the one area where I think that it makes sense to me to do otherwise. I am also in support of specifically allocating the dollars that come through the in lieu fee to the LHTF. That makes good sense. And then I would just close by seconding Councilmember Jordan's note that we need to think critically about the central business district and how to get housing built downtown. I certainly agree with the sentiment around wanting to make sure that our downtown is for everyone. And at the same time, you know, last week, again, 3 or 4 of our consultants' 10 most critical elements to ensuring that our master plan will be successful downtown were around bringing thousands of housing units into our downtown core. I just think we have to, I know that we can walk and chew gum, but at the same time, we're going to have to make hard decisions. And I think this is one area where we have to really think about balancing how important it is for us to get housing downtown at all, and on what timeline with some of these other constraints. So, you know, it's not something we're going to solve today, but it's definitely a conversation that I, too, am really interested in having. So I'll close with that, and I guess the overarching position for me is that I'm in support of staff recommendation. Thanks.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thanks to our staff for doing all this, and the pre-briefings really helped me walk through that. So it's a tough issue because there's so many other moving parts, and this is one component of trying to create more housing, more affordable housing in the areas that we want it, downtown in particular. And you don't, I think the thread analogy is great, because we don't want to pull one thread and then what happens is there's a shift over to state bonus density. And we've already seen over 50% of our projects are to state bonus density. And some of the reasoning for that is there's no guarantee that additional units are being built. That came up today. And some of the waivers that get put through state bonus density include waivers on height, waivers on parking, which is impacting neighborhoods significantly with the higher density, waivers on open space. So we have to do all we can to incentivize that our local ordinances are being used. To the questions that have come up in the comments, my colleagues have all raised valid points and things that I've been considering. I do have concerns that shifting to the G2, which would allow the full inclusionary or full payment of in lieu fees versus an inclusionary, would essentially halt any chance we have of creating units in the 80 to 120, which are middle class units. And I'm not ready to give up on middle class housing at this point. Especially given that there are other projects that were referenced today that are being worked on, such as perhaps our own bonus density here that could incentivize more of those 80 to 120s. And if we make a decision today without understanding what those are, and we've already made the shift over to funding, those might not be used. It might be, well, I wish we would have held off until we know what those are. So I do want to also, to the Planning Commission, I think they put a lot of thought into their recommendations. And one of the goals that I share with them is that if with the in lieu fees going into the local housing trust fund, no matter what the dollar rate is, those going in there, they're able to be leveraged. And that's the point that I don't think was, for the most part, articulated today, but we talk about it all the time, is anywhere, an 8 to 1 number is for every dollar that's in there, when you are able to leverage it for the tax credits that can go for affordable housing, it leverages 8 to 1, somewhere around there, give or take, depending on the project and the amount of the credits. So that's one of the goals, is to get that funding into the local housing trust fund to let it multiply and get truly affordable units that are deed restricted. So I understand that goal and why you'd want to go up higher, but some of the planning commission recommendations are problematic, in my opinion, because they shift towards the state bonus density projects. And we end up getting more market rate units, and there was good comments brought up that more market rate means you have to build more, and we're not keeping up, and we're actually getting fewer affordables. And this is an issue, Councilmember Jordan and I with the Cumber Macy's, we were talking about that. If we would have just been allowed to use our local ordinances versus state bonus density, we would have got more affordable units. So with all that being said, just on a higher level, I'm with the staff recommendations versus the planning commission. And just want to make sure on the, I guess it would be the G, option G. I'm leaning more towards G1 at this time. And the reason is that it allows for the inclusionary, for the fractional units, so they don't have to build that additional half a unit or 0.4 of a unit. So that takes some pressure off of there. But to the point, getting those units built is important, and in different neighborhoods as well, rather than waiting for whatever comes up down the line. And option 2 right now might lead to just none of those units getting built. And again, that puts a lot of pressure on us on the 80% to 120% that we would lose. So that's where I'm leaning right now. And in terms of the central business district, I do think we need to I recommend that we find ways to incentivize it, because the State Street downtown plan that is going forward, we've said it here, we said it last week, it's not economically or socially viable, culturally viable in any way unless we have thousands of residents living down there. And right now we're not building units in the downtown. We were creative with the adaptive reuse. Let's see how that works out. And then in terms of any in-lieu fees for projects here, if there is a shift, let's make sure that they're not too high so that we don't stifle development down there. But there's other tools, and I think there's other strategies that we need to look at. So I am supportive of the Housing Authority. It was a slight nuance, but from the Planning Commission, but the Housing Authority, it was asking for a little more than just committing to the local housing trust, and they wanted it permanently versus the 5-year. I think that makes sense, because that's where we want it to go because of the leveraging. So I would support both recommendations, including collecting the fees up front when the permit is issued to the maximum extent feasible. There might be some nuances where that money's not available, but if it's available, we should collect it up front on both of those. So I think those are all the ones, again, supporting the staff recommendations and leaning towards G1. Thank you.
All righty. Well, I'm looking at some pretty familiar faces from all the times we touched every letter in the alphabet when it comes to acronyms and programs and what. And the one I remember, of course, is when we came up with the AUD, and it was so incredibly popular right off the bat that we kind of panicked and wanted to tap the brakes and talk about we need to relook at our parking thing and whatnot. So, but that was the one time I think we really saw a ton of interest right away, a fire hose worth of interest. Didn't all come to fruition. And then the result of the day was that the AUD, affordable by design, didn't actually turn out to be affordable by design after all. We do a lot of stuff up here that we think we're tweaking the private sector, and we're really doing something that is substantial. But in fact, the market's going to tell us what works and what doesn't work. And downtown's hard because it's a built-out community. We did the adaptive reuse, and it was one of the very first times this council's recognized the market forces and said, okay, this isn't about X, Y, and Z. This is about vitality. We're not going to get a lot of units, but at least we're trying to encourage this. In fact, we'll get precious few units. I was a little discouraged today with the number of people that were really talking about the money as if this were a piggy bank going forward. And we have to decide what it is we're trying to do. Are we trying to develop, we're always trying to generate fees on something, but is it more important to do that, or is it more important to get the physical development? And from my meeting with staff, I think staff was leaning towards we need to kickstart the physical development downtown, particularly if the idea is to support the population that was spelled out in the Polizzotis report. But I was talking to, when Lenny Kounalakis, our lieutenant governor, spent a day with us, and we walked around, and I got to chat with her quite a bit, and she spent about 25 years with her father developing housing in the Sacramento area. And she just said, she goes, you cannot successfully develop substantial amounts of affordable housing in the coastal zone absent some serious subsidies. You can't do it with policy. We can stamp our feet all day long and put these tiers out there and sit there and wonder why we're not getting them built. If they're not going to pencil, they're not going to build. I think staff is headed in the right direction. I keep thinking about your Venn diagram and the little sweet spot somewhere in the middle, which is that's the mystery number. What's it going to take? What's it going to take to match the cap rates other people can get other parts of the state and they come to Santa Barbara and, oh, I'm down in the really low single digits. It's not going to entertain bank financing. It's not going to entertain venture capital investors. These are big risks to take. And frankly, we've also, our latest conversations about being a landlord are rather chilling. Whether or not we think it's, going to qualify under Costa-Hawkins or not, it's not a great atmosphere to go out and invite the rest of the world to come develop rental housing. So, what do we do? I think the thing you are laying out, I think, as staff, is kind of the maximum amount of flexibility we can have going forward to give a developer options. There are a few large buildings downtown who have talked about this and said, I don't want to be in a forever covenant for a certain amount of affordability, but I would pay an in lieu fee. Now, what's the sweet spot of that in lieu fee? I don't know. I don't agree that we should try to max it, but I think it's one of those things that the private sector can really tell us, because they're the ones that are going to build this stuff. Where are the sites that we're talking about for downtown for all this housing? Well, it's going to have to be things like up over the surface lot parking lots. That's just something that, Deddy Pikert came through with some designs on before, and maybe that someday will happen. But it's not like there's a ton of vacant lots in downtown just waiting to sprout housing. 2,000 or 3,000 more people living downtown, fabulous. I think I'd still be in business if that was the case. But that's a bit of a pipe dream right now. We can do all this on paper and talk about this all day long. We've been through a few of these, huh, Allison? And so I will be supporting the staff recommendation rather than the Planning Commission recommendation going forward. I think it's thoughtful. I think it's reasonably flexible. Still going back and forth with G1 and G2 like everybody else is. But whatever we do, it's a starting point. And I think it's going to evolve. And I think as you guys work out the details and talk, I'm hoping, I ask you this in our meeting, if you've engaged the private sector, the guys, the Peter Lewises of the world, the people that have done the developments recently and said, what do you think? Because we've done this before when we built the parking lot 6, and we built the what do we call that that housing structure next to us. It was so, it's affordable housing, but it was incredibly expensive to build. And so when developers come here and they see things are still, doesn't matter what we do on paper here, it's still going to be more expensive to build here than almost anywhere you can imagine. So I think you've got a good approach. I'm not sure how much it's going to solve. I don't know if you're going to get 3,000 units out of this, but at least you're going to start conversations. And as you start those conversations, just like with AUD, we put that out there, that fired up a lot of conversations. And so hopefully something positive will come out of it. But I'm skeptical as usual. But I'm willing to support staff recommendation. And with that, I would either entertain more comment and or a motion from anybody. Ms. McAdoo, you're going to make a motion?
No, I was just going to say,
good.
Councilmember Friedman asked if we needed a motion. I think it would be helpful since it seems like there is some division on the council about how to proceed. So if there is a motion, that would be great to give staff direction on how to prepare the actual ordinance.
Okay. I mean, that's a great point. I really hadn't thought about what the actual action item is, but I mean, is it also fair to say that staff has been there noting what we've recommended? I mean, 'cause we could debate back and forth over whether we're going to do G1 or G2 for a couple hours, or, you know, whatever you would prefer to see, I think.
It would be helpful to have clear direction from
Okay,
council.
Ms.
You would
Snedden's got
like
her
us
light
to
on.
prepare.
We'll see what this turns out to be.
Nice lead in, Mayor Rouse, thank you. So I just, again, this study wasn't set out to be how can we look at all the multiple ways to incentivize development. And I do believe that conversation needs to happen, and I do believe that this isn't the mechanism for that. I think the question on this was, how are we mitigating the induced pressure for even more affordable housing when we already are not keeping up? So with that being the question, I just think a weak fee structure doesn't just cost us what those fees are. I think it also costs what those matching dollars would be in the local housing trust fund. So Councilmember Friedman, if it truly is up to $8 for matching funds, then those are also funds not in there to be matched. So I just don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to incentivize market rate, knowing that it creates this high need for affordable housing, and not to be treating that need for affordable housing like its own crisis that is going to go backwards. So I'd rather not build more market rate if that means that that's going to just make the need for affordable housing more. I think we're not taking into account right now what's happening at Paseo Nuevo, looking at suitable sites on parking lots. We're looking at, there's a lot at play right now, and we know from our own report that a studio rents, a market rate, brand new studio will rent for $3,400. So it's not that there won't be some profit, and I do want those developments to happen. We also don't know what will happen if we're changing with the ADUs or with the short-term vacation rentals. There's a lot at play, and I think we've been asking for this really in pretty strong language for a long time about these in lieu fees are egregious. These in lieu fees don't come anywhere near to making us whole. And I mean, I did talk to a very large developer who was very clear that this was like not what's holding them back from doing development, is this little dust in lieu fees. And not to say that they're nothing, but I don't think that's the thing that's stopping. And that's based on their own wording to me. So I think what we'd be trading is an integrated housing community. We'd be trading what every study shows, that when you're doing inclusionary housing, building it on site is better for the health of the whole community. So I'm not really willing to trade that and to have us be further segregated, frankly, to be able to give more flexibility, more incentive, to make it easier and easier, the trade-offs, and especially when I heard that other communities don't do this, except for the wording was an extreme hardship. And I'm not sure our developers are in extreme hardship. I mean, developments are happening. Solterra happened. And, you know, it penciled out, and it sold for a nice profit. And I think that's proof of concept that even with in lieu fees or whatever the requirements are, that these projects can happen. And I think there are some other things at play, like construction costs, that may be what the true slowdown is. And so personally, I'm just not willing to trade not having an integrated housing community and sort of ignoring the huge added burden that each new 100 units puts on, and not meeting that need. And when we look at our own charts of the percentages and we're above moderate, even without this, that increase by that, that extra 1,000 units more, or 2,000 units more than our moderate or low, means that that's, 2,000 and 22% of that, the burden already that we've added to that column of needed in the very low and low, we're not keeping up with even as is. So I would support the Planning Commission adjustments, and otherwise I very respectfully would rather vote no on everything and have them build it on site and integrate it in and not offer this very, very special concession of allowing to fee out. And I think even the idea that this is somehow a hardship when this is like a very special concession, that's how I would go.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your comments. So to the comments that were just made, I'm a little confused as to how the staff recommendation approving that would lead to an outcome that is not supportive of integration of housing, but the Planning Commission's is. What I'm seeing is it's just a difference in the rate. And the main point is if we go too high, we're going to incentivize to state bonus density, which again will create more market rate units, fewer affordable units, units that go perhaps above the city charter in some cases, or at least go above 45 feet, depending on how they use it, the waivers, parking, and all that. So the big issue, though, to get to the point of actually constructing the units is the G1 or the G2. And so that's where I'm struggling with everyone. So I'll try a motion that would be to approve the staff recommendations, but with item G, further develop it through the process to further refine G1 or G2.
Just quick clarification, you also don't have to pick G1 or G2. You could keep the requirements as they exist currently, which would be the on-site unit prioritization and the fractional fee payments for only a select. These are just options for changes, but you don't have to change it if that's.
Well, I would like the G1 because we're keeping the original, the inclusionary units need to be built, but it's only the fractional.
Correct,
So
yes,
we
that
would,
G1,
so we
yeah.
would actually perhaps incentivize additional funding to go into the local housing trust fund. But the G2 is where it gets problematic, where you're moving everything out. So I'll move the staff recommendations with including G1 and further discussion through the Planning Commission on G2.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions, clarifying questions, I guess, to the motion, and then maybe a suggestion, because I want to just make sure that I'm fully understanding this correctly. So we've got the fractional fee, which staff is recommending we set at 50, Planning Commission is set at 90. And when we say fractional fee, that is when, for example, a developer owes 2.3 units, and so it's for that 0.3, okay? And that will be paid, that fee will be paid regardless of what we do on G, right? This is a separate
Councilmember Harmon, that would be correct.
Okay.
Right now, if you are providing 0.49 or below in the fractional requirement, you do pay the fractional fee. G1 would say if you're a 0.5, you wouldn't have to round up to do, to your example, 3 units on site. You could still do the 2 units and then pay the fractional. Basically, there's no rounding.
Right.
And it would be a slight change to the existing requirements, but we already do have the fractional fee allowance and the rates, yes.
Perfect. And separately, what G2 says is if you don't want to provide any units on site, we are going to allow you to pay a fee. And because we want to disincentivize feeing out completely, so this is separate from the fractional question, we're going to set that, or we have the opportunity to set that at a higher rate.
That is also correct.
Okay, so I wanted to make that clear because Councilmember Sneddon's comments, I agree with a lot of them. And I want to just be clear, when I say that I want to set this fee at $50, I'm not talking about a developer's opportunity to not build at all or to fee out completely. That to me is a separate conversation. I'm talking about the fractional fee piece, which is, as described, just that first bucket of, let's say, 0.3 or 0.4 that they would be paying instead of building 0.3 of a unit. With that said, I appreciate my colleague's effort to simplify this. I feel very strongly that option G2 strikes the right balance between our desire to produce housing and to ensure a, quote, integrated housing community. This does give flexibility in G2. It allows developers who are not interested in building units on site to have a sort of safety valve while also setting the fee high enough that it's not necessarily the most attractive option. So I had to make one last pitch to my colleagues to consider G2 and setting that number high. I think that path lets us have it all. And that's what I love about it. There's balance in the fractional piece, and there's also the understanding that not building these units is a problem for our community. So I would just ask the makers of the motion if they would consider amending their motion to include G2, barring that, if we could take the G option separately as a separate vote.
To the maker of the motion.
Good. Definitely appreciate your comments, and thank you for the clarification. We were on the same page that by pushing this, the first part was just about the fractional, and it's not there. So on the Gs, I'm open to it, but here's my concern with the G2, because that is where if they start opting out completely, we're not getting the inclusionaries built, and then the inclusionaries built as part of the projects. But the concern I have is the larger projects might be the only ones that could actually have the finances to actually overcome that, to build those units in there, where if you're getting a smaller project that might only have a couple of inclusionary units, they might build those. But if you have one, like say the Nordstrom property, the difference between that is that if that goes forward, then we're getting those inclusionary units where that would have been an option for them to pay that out. So I'm willing to take the G out and have more discussion. I think all the rest of them, we can move that forward. Another option would be to pass option G1, which I think is important because that's the fractional part. I think we can be in agreement on that. And option G2 is give further direction to clarify what that in lieu fee number should be, because I'm not sure, maybe 72, you could push it higher. Yeah, we could push it higher. So how do we?
Yeah, I just might make a suggestion. So it sounds like there might be consensus for everything, and including option G1. What I would suggest then is, if there's interest in sort of having further conversation about G2, we could have staff go back and talk with some members of the development community, talk with, different, community members, maybe talk to Planning Commission again, gather some more data on that, and then sort of bring back maybe a couple different options around G2 when we bring the ordinance back.
Yeah, I'm open to that if you would be, council member, because it doesn't
preclude
it doesn't preclude G2.
Okay, so that was your amending your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Jordan, you were the seconder?
So I'm okay with that, but I think I share one point at least with Eric, in that I don't want to be anywhere near a pathway that leads to a project removing itself from producing inclusionary, our version of inclusionary housing, moderate housing. I swear I've just heard the G2 fee become a punishment rather than a alternative if it makes sense to somebody, and that bugs me too, because it wasn't being framed as that, but I've heard now that it should be so high that we will punish you if you go that direction, rather than have a balance that, I heard somebody say balance too, that we have a balance that leads to us to fund what we want to do with it. but then again, we'd be funding not moderate housing. Why don't you just take G2 out of there and just make, all you can do is fee your fractional, and after that, you build your required inclusionary units. And I'll tell you the answer to that, because that's what you're saying to do. But I'll tell you the answer to that is because everybody will continue to run as fast as they can to door number 2, which is bonus density. And so it is not just one thing that is creating this situation of we can't make enough money. It's the other thing of the way more attractive pathway is bonus density, and let's make it $100, $91 a square foot per unit. If you want to get all the way out of it, well, I'll just drop all the way back down to bonus density and go that direction too. So, I mean, I'd support coming back and talking more about G2 and hearing what staff has to say. I'm okay with that to move it along. But again, protecting those moderate units being built is key to me, not just to have them built. I agree with you there, that we need to have them built, but not losing those like resources of dollars off to the Housing Trust Fund where they're not going to be applied to moderate housing. They're only going to be applied to low and very low housing.
Okay, so the city attorney's got his light on. Maybe he's going to shine a beam of light on us here.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I don't think I'll add any enlightenment, but just going back to Ms. McAdoo's and Mr. Friedman, so I think we need some clarity. So we have an amendment turning back to the maker of the motion. Do you want to amend it? Do you want to have it where the original motion? Do you want to have it where you're just passing everything minus the options regarding G1, G2, or do you want to have it where everything and then coming back with? So you have several options, so I think we just need to redo that and provide clarity.
Let me see if I could clarify this. It would be move the staff recommendations with G1 and get more information on G2 and bring that back for consideration.
Okay, then we need to confirm a second, and then we can go from there.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Ms. Santa Maria, to the motion.
Yes, to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Rouse. I just want to triple check with our staff. The way that it works right now for G, if it's below 0.5, the developer pays the in lieu fee, but anything above a 0.5 fraction of a unit, it rounds up and they have to build that affordable unit. Is that correct?
Correct. So say a 24-unit project had to do 10%, that's 2.4. That project would have to provide 2 on-site units and pay the fractional fee on that remaining 0.4. That's the current way it's set up. Now, let's say a 26-unit project, again, 10%, 2.6. That project would have to round 2.6 up to 3 on-site units, no fractional fee on that one. What we're proposing as option G1 would allow that 26, that 2.6, to provide 2 on-site units and pay the in lieu fee fractionally for the 0.6 remainder. G2 would be pay the whole 2.6. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think somebody else brought up this, I think actually Mayor Rouse, you brought it up, whether we have to decide, do we care more about collecting the fees or building the on-site units? I'll speak for myself. I personally want to see these units getting built, which is why I take issue even with G1. And I'm really glad that staff clarified that. It's an option to just leave it as is, because we're essentially giving developers an out to build even less affordable units than they were already being asked to build. I will not be supporting this motion, especially if it's considering anything with G. I don't want us to fee out either part or a whole unit, because what we are labeling as flexibility for the developer is really segregating our community. So I cannot support that. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Jordan, your light's still on. Did you need to talk? Okay, Ms. Sneddon then.
I was wondering if we could just do them one at a time, since
The Gs, you mean?
just all of them, because there are some that Planning Commission
I would
supported
just say
and staff
there's a
supported.
motion on the floor, so I think
Yeah, we have
probably
to clear
take
that
up
up
the
first.
motion, see if it.
Well, the motion is for all of them, so I'm asking the maker of the motion if we could take them
You could take a
one
vote,
at
an
a time.
individual vote on each
On
one
each?
of the items.
A through J?
Yeah, that's what I'm or I can just vote no, that's fine too.
Well, we could take an individual
Yeah.
vote
But
on each one.
It really sounds like the problem is G, and it sounds like staff has got the direction to come back with more of the,
I think people want to vote.
It's fine, I'll just vote no. I'd rather vote for some of them, but it's
if
fine.
that's, it's fine. I mean, I think I think everyone, well, I mean, I'm not going to, but I think if everyone wants to vote individually, that the motion would allow for that.
well, Mr. Friedman, you have the floor because you have the motion in a second.
What I'm hearing is G is the problematic one, or is
Do you
or
want to
other one's
vote,
problematic?
vote on A through J minus G?
So, you know what, I'll just, if we want to take, let's just vote on each and every one
Yeah,
of these
let's
then,
just
if
vote on
that's
each
what
one,
just-
based
that's
on
what
the-
it
based
is.
on the
I
motion
don't
that's
wanna
been made.
force it,
Okay.
so we'll just take, what, 10 votes? So I'll withdraw the motion.
Well, no, I would say you have your motion on the floor, which.
What I'm hearing is some of my colleagues want to vote on each and every one of these 10.
Okay.
And they want 10
I
motions
don't,
rather
but,
than.
okay, that's what everybody else, I mean,
So, is that what my colleagues want? I'm prepared to do the motion that's there, or if we want to vote on all 10? Yeah, we're just going to, so I'll withdraw the motion and we'll just do them
Mike, you on
individually.
with that?
We'll just do, yeah.
Did you withdraw the motion then? Okay.
Yes,
then
because what I'm hearing
remake
is
the
that
motion then,
there's more than one of my colleagues would like to vote on all 10 separately, and that's a courtesy that I think we all would like to be offered when that happens to us, so.
So the motion is withdrawn, so we can just start from the beginning and go with A. That'd be the easiest way.
All right,
So I'll move A. Staff recommendation A.
okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Harmon.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to approve recommendation A. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Why don't you just keep going, Mr. Friedman, if you would?
I'll move option.
I just want to make sure everyone's clear that staff recommendation is the study recommendation on the left column. Okay, just making sure that that's clear.
So I'll move option B, or item B, staff recommendation.
Second.
Second by Harmon. The vote, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for study and staff recommendation B. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1, Santa Maria voting no. Mr. Friedman.
I'll move staff recommendation C.
Second.
Second by Harmon.
Very good. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to approve study and staff recommendation C. Oh, sorry. My fault. Sorry.
You may, do you want to, would you like to revote?
Well, just with the comment that I think I would rather just abstain because, I mean, that's better than nothing, but I prefer the higher number, so it's fine. I'll leave it.
We can revote if you'd like.
I'll leave it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Are you good with that then? Okay, then it was 5-2, Sneddon voted against, and Santa Maria abstained. I think that's right.
I'll move item D, staff recommendation.
Second.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve study and staff recommendation D. Please go ahead and vote.
Okay, passes 5-2, Sneddon against, Santa Maria abstaining.
All right. So move Item E, staff recommendation.
Moved by Friedman, seconded by Jordan. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve study and staff recommendation E. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 5-2. Sneddon against, Santa Maria abstaining.
Move item F, staff, and this one is staff and planning commission recommendation, so move that one.
Second by Harmon.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to approve staff and planning commission recommendation F. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you.
So this is where I'm going to need some help from my colleagues because
Do you want to vote each G separately?
do each one separately? Okay, so
that-
I'm going to move option G1.
Okay, second by Jordan. G1.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve proposal G1.
There's only 3 of them. All right. Okay, passes 5-2. Santa Maria against and abstaining.
Does anybody else want to make a G2 motion?
Sure. I will move that, per Ms. McAdoo's recommendation, that staff return to the various stakeholders to explore G2 and then return with more information. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria, did you have a comment on this motion? Do you want to, well, first of all, let's see if we get a second on that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Friedman. Okay, Ms. Santa Maria to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I know, Ms. McAdoo, you mentioned going back to various stakeholders. Can you add into the stakeholder groups affordable housing advocates? Because I was informed that they were not reached out to during this process. If you could just add them as part of the folks that you
Sure.
talked to and then get back to us. Thank you.
The study was available for public comment for a couple of months, and I think a variety of meetings were held. But if there was a particular group we did not talk to, please let me know.
Thank you.
All righty then.
Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to direct staff to return to stakeholders to explore proposal G2 and return with more information. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passes 6-1. Santa Maria voting no.
I'll move item H, staff and planning commission recommendations since they're the same.
Second by Harmon.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, for staff and planning commission recommendation H. Go ahead and vote, please.
Pass unanimously. Thank you.
I'll move staff recommendation I. Oh, hold on, one second, sorry.
Quick clarification.
A clarification, the staff recommendation, but actually, let's talk about this one for a second. Instead of the CPI, using one of the alternatives, the CCI.
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask.
I'll second that.
So you're supporting the Planning Commission
Yeah.
recommendation?
Planning Commission using the CCCI.
Everybody understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you
Second.
seconded, Santa Maria? Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Santa Maria seconded.
I'll read this here and please correct me as needed. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria for staff recommendation, for the recommendation I using CCI instead of CPI, which was the Planning Commission recommendation.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not the staff, it's the planning commission recommendation.
Let me restate.
CCCI.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria for the Planning Commission recommendation I using CCI instead of CPI.
Yes.
Very good. Thanks. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. You got any
And
more
move
letters?
item J. It's both staff and planning commission recommendation.
Second by Jordan.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan for the Staff and Planning Commission recommendation for J. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. Good job, staff. I think we got through most of the alphabet there. And with that, we will take any committee assignments from council members. Anybody has one to, Mr. Friedman?
I just went to the fire department promotions, and we have one new firefighter as well as part of that. Went to the Eucalyptus Hill annual meeting and the Santa Barbara Foundation Persons of the Year Award.
Very good. And Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended, I wrote these down separately. There was a student panel at the Community Environmental Council, and Alelia Parento presented, as well as our Harbor Commissioner, Spencer James. Very well attended. I apologize. Also attended the event for the volunteers to the fire department. There are a lot of people, and including teenagers, who dedicate a lot of their time to helping the fire department, and very appreciative of them. And I did have other items that I cannot find at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Attended the Council Procedures Ad Hoc Committee meeting, the biweekly East Side RAP meeting, and that's it. I'll just end with wishing a belated birthday to our Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Thank you. Happy birthday.
All right. Anybody else? And with that, we stand adjourned. Thank you.